Okay, I'd like to call the select board meeting of September 12th, 2023 to order. We have, as usual, a pretty full agenda. We're glad to have our delegation from the State House here. Just want to go over the agenda. We'll have public comment, then we'll have a discussion with our state delegation, then we'll have select board liaison and town manager reports. At 8:15, we'll have a public hearing to vote on proposed changes to the town's personnel policy for military leave. Then we'll move on to a discussion of the Reading pavement plan, which was part of our last meeting's discussion of town meeting warrant articles. We'll then discuss the Reading food pantry's request for additional ARPA funds. At 9 o'clock, we'll get a presentation from the Reading Pickleball Players Association. Then we'll preview the warrant again for the November town meeting and preview the fiscal year 2025 capital plan. Then we'll vote for a select board member or a designee to a special committee for charter review. And then we'll finish off with a discussion of future agenda items and approving meeting minutes. And so at this point, we'd like to open it up for public comment. And I know we've got a number of items later in the agenda that folks might be interested in, but we're going to ask if you have any items that you'd like to discuss on the agenda tonight. Don't wait until that agenda item comes up. Please give public comment. Please try to keep your comments to 2 minutes, and please remember to give your name and address. So looking on the sign-in sheets, and then we'll go to Zoom. First, Mr. Brown.
I'm slow,
Yeah.
Bill Brown, 28 Mountain Road, 57 years, town meeting. Jackie, I think I've been reading through the charter and bylaws, get ready for the charter review. And one thing I came up with is the associate members, and I think it's a catch-22 situation. As you know, you can have up to 2/3 of the members on a board. And as I read this, and Laura and I disagree, but that's all right, we've done that before. If any regular meeting member is absent from a meeting, etc., the chair of the board of such committee may designate one or more associate members to deliberate. To me, that means they can't do it until the meeting has been called to order. Now, if they don't have a quorum, they can't call the meeting to order. I think it's a catch-22. So I don't know how we solve it. Anybody has any thoughts on that? I've got some stuff here I'll hand out. I'm not a scholar in writing, but I think it gets the key point. And the reason I did this, I happened to watch your last meeting with the Council of Aging. Now, they have a 10-member membership. By that, they would be allowed to have 6 associate members. If I read that and I read the open meeting laws, they all have to take an oath of office. Now, is the committee 10 or is it 16? You understand what I'm saying? Okay, so I think, to me, something has to be straightened out this with the Attorney General's office or something, so that we know what we're doing. Because, in my opinion, again, I've seen times when they haven't had quorum of the regular members, and the person sitting there, they don't go through the process of being appointed for that one night, which clearly violates the bylaw. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
I'd like
next.
to work for the council.
Okay. Next, we have Michelle Williams.
I'm sorry, I signed in error.
Okay.
I thought it was for everybody.
Okay, and is that the case then for Mr. Nate Williams as well?
Well, so,
Please come
31,
up to the, yep.
I did sign, 31, Nate Williams, 31 Melbourne Avenue in Reading. I'm here in support of the Reading Pickleball Association. I just will comment that I do play elsewhere in Burlington and in Woburn where they have dedicated pickleball courts, and so that's what I'm looking for in Reading, is to do the same type of thing. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, Nancy Zienlak. Oh, Nancy Zienlak, and then Nancy Doctor. You're on deck.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh.
You're on deck.
Nancy.
Does she want to speak? Okay.
Hi,
My name is Nancy Zimlak, 15 Orchard Park Drive, Precinct 5, Chair of the Reading Council on Aging. And I'm here tonight to do a couple of things. One, to remind the select board members of a letter that the Council on Aging sent out, and also to offer some thank yous. So on August 22nd, the Council on Aging sent out a letter to the select board, and I actually have a copy of it here. Pass it around. Including all of the Council on Aging members, as well as 31 petitioners that attend the Pleasant Street Center. And the letter expresses concern that there is a noxious odor on the second floor of the Pleasant Street Center that occurs during the winter season. We requested the town respond by October 4th with a remediation plan for the upcoming season. And the COA would like to thank the town for recently taking several actions to determine the cause of this odor. One being a recently completed air study report, and the other recent visits to the Pleasant Street Center by the town's facilities department to inspect the current heating system. So we are very hopeful that the town will be able to come to a solution for the upcoming winter season, so that the participants on the second floor of the Pleasant Street Center do not have to leave their activities because of this odor that's on the second floor. And so we'd like to thank you for your support to date, and we're looking forward to further progress on the issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Nancy Doctor.
Nancy Doctor, Pearl Street, and a Precinct 1 town meeting member. I wanted to follow up with an inquiry that I had sent the board last month. This is regarding the funding to renovate the conference room in the police department for the Board of Health after the restructuring. You all know I was adamantly opposed to the move. I was one of the 40 town meeting members who voted against the funding. However, this is about the process. My understanding is the renovations in the police department have been completed, and the health department has decided, quote, not to move into that renovated space. The funding request from the Reading taxpayers was for $200,000, I believe, for the renovations of that space. I guess I'm curious, what has possibly changed in town hall that has mitigated the concerns that the former town manager, the former health director, the entire Board of Health presented such compelling arguments to town meeting that the funding was overwhelmingly approved. The concerns were lack of space, lack of privacy, particularly for the public health nurse. There was a case made because of the restructuring, the health director needed to be in close proximity to the command center, which is located in the police department. So what's different down the hall that all of these concerns don't exist anymore? And the concern I have as a town meeting member, how can I possibly vote for future funding if there's no accountability with what we do with our taxpayer money? One of the previous meetings of the select board, the idea of now putting the social, I guess the director for social justice in that space, I'm a little confused how these decisions are made. We've asked for money from town meeting, it was approved for a very specific purpose. The purpose supposedly doesn't exist anymore, and you're gonna use it for something else. This does not bode well for future funding requests if town meeting cannot have the trust and the accountability of how the taxpayer money is going to be used. So I would like those issues explained, not only to the public, but to town meeting. Those are those are my concerns. It's not so much about moving the health department to the police station, which frankly, I think is a bad idea. This is about the process and the trust that you have to ensure when you come to town meeting and you ask for money. And then you use it for something different, or say, never mind. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we've had some new folks join us in the room, so is there anyone who would like to make public comment on any agenda item tonight? Who is not yet signed up? Okay, and then Caitlin on Zoom, do we have any members of the public who would like to comment?
Hi, Jackie. No one online at this time.
Okay, thank you. And so with that, we're glad to have Senator Lewis and Reps Jones and Haggerty joining us tonight. Thank you. And so Phil, I don't know if you've got any items to tee up or if we're just gonna turn it over to our legislators, let us know what's going on Beacon Hill. Okay.
Or lost the coin toss. Well, first, thanks for having us here this evening. It's a great chance to be able to come in and talk with all of you and spend a few minutes reconnecting. And we have such a pleasant working relationship with the select board, with the town manager. And I just want to say that publicly, that it's always great to be able to communicate with folks and talk with folks, whatever's hot going on in the legislature and of course, whatever's hot going on here in town. I just want to run through a couple of items. We passed as a legislature the budget in July. The governor signed it at the beginning of August. Reading set to get this year $11.4 million in Chapter 70 education monies, as well as $4.1 million in unrestricted government aid that's of course able to be directed as you all see fit. A couple of local monies that we were able to secure for the community, including $25,000 for the Performing Arts Center at the high school to be able to buy some new keyboards, and also some work to be done over Laurel Hill Cemetery here, including $35,000 for a certified preservationist to be able to restore some of the significant older monuments, as well as an additional $25,000 for the DPW to be able to repair some of the stone wall that of course abuts the cemetery. Beyond that, on the financial side, we were also able to secure just about $600,000 in Chapter 90 monies, of course, to be able to pave roads, fill potholes, do some of those basic things that government is of course required and residents expect to be completed. As part of a Chapter 90 bill, we also included $150 million in we'll call it programs that folks can apply for, including things like the Complete Streets program, which has been very successful, which I know that the town has utilized in the past, the Small Bridge municipal program, and also an additional amount of money to be able to be utilized for non-federally controlled roadways and non-federally funded roadways and also state roadways that are in the local community. So again, some different pockets of money that we can help guide you guys to be able to get access to. Otherwise, another item I wanted to touch base on was I know that last October, the governor signed the legislation that will allow Reading to join the Green Communities Initiative. Again, strongly supported by the delegation here and of course the select board, members of town meeting, et cetera. We continue to push the Department of Energy Resources to release those regulations. Just this morning, we sent an additional communication to DOER, to the commissioner, requesting that we get regulations put in place before the fall gets going here. We know how important it is to the community. We know you want access to those state monies to be able to do everything from update streetlights to update boilers to get some of our roofs redone in the community. All of these types of things through the Green Communities Initiative can direct resources back to the town here and go a long way, I think, towards meeting your energy goals, your energy efficiency goals, and continuing to push it to decarbonize our economy. So those are all I got. I'm going to pass the baton over to my colleague, Representative Jones.
Thanks, Rich. Just to touch on a couple of things. Last time we were here, we were getting ready to go to the November town meeting. You guys had 4 home rule petitions. I think the delegation wisely decided to get 2 of them filed last session. We got those done. That was for the deputy fire chief. and the senior circuit breaker piece. Got those done before the session ended. And we filed the other two that were maybe a little lower priority. One of those, the one relative to the Board of Health is been through the House, had a hearing, that's in the Senate, got there late July, so that Jason's got that one. The other one, which I am working on, it's had a hearing, but I'm trying to get that on the agenda to advance out of the House. In talking with Fidel, it's our understanding that you're gonna be nice to us and not give us anything else to file from November town meeting. That's great, we appreciate that. If that changes, please let us know. In terms of the earmarks, we'll be in touch shortly and working with the Healy administration for the FY24 earmarks, the points of contacts. Different agencies go to different places, have different contract requirements. I believe in our communications, Fidel, that prior years have all been concluded and done and received, and so we don't have any of the to try to carry any money forward. So that's good. And just to congratulate the town on a tremendous Fall Street Fair. I think it's still drying out from, it was a rainy day, but it held off enough. I think a lot of people had a really good time. I enjoyed being there today, but I'm also very happy that I managed to get out just in time to avoid the deluge. So, great.
All right.
Turn over to Jason.
All right, great. Well, good evening, everybody. Good, hello to the members of the select board and the town manager, members of the public. I'm State Senator Jason Lewis. It's a great privilege to work with Representative Jones and Representative Haggerty as the Reading legislative delegation. And I want to echo what my colleagues have said in terms of the importance of a strong partnership with all of you, along with the school committee and other town bodies. And we pride ourselves on being available and accessible to you all. And so, speaking for all of us, we all have office hours. We all like to hear from not just obviously the elected leaders in the community, but members of the community as well on any issues you have, particularly with state agencies. So just to add a little further color commentary to the great job my colleagues did, we were a little bit late in passing the fiscal year 24 state budget this year, but I think it was worth waiting for. It is I think a very strong state budget, especially for our municipalities. Fully funding our Chapter 70 program, and Rich mentioned, over $11 million of that goes to the town of Reading. We also fully funded the special education circuit breaker, and that now includes state reimbursement for transportation costs as well. That was something we added when we passed the Student Opportunity Act back in 2019. So we have fully phased that in. So Reading and other school districts now not only get reimbursed for the tuition when students are placed out of district with special needs, but also the transportation costs. So that's a big help to our school districts, and that's fully funded in the state budget. I did want to also mention, I know there was a lot of discussion and debate prior to the Fair Share Amendment, also known as the Millionaire's Tax, appearing on the ballot last November. That did pass. The voters of Massachusetts approved it. And so this budget cycle was the first time that the legislature was now charged with appropriating the funds that we expect to receive from the Fair Share Amendment. And I'm proud to say the legislature, I think, has handled it very responsibly. We set up dedicated trust fund for that money that we will be receiving to go into. All of that will be completely transparent in terms of what dollars come in and exactly how the dollars are spent. We appropriated those funds only for education and transportation purposes, which is required by the language of the ballot initiative. And I did want to let you know a few of the areas that money is being spent on that I think are particularly relevant to the residents of Reading. The first one I would mention is universal free school meals for all of our students in Massachusetts, not just this school year, but permanently. And that includes both breakfast and lunch. So the town of Reading no longer has to, distribute meal forms, and families have to fill in their eligibility, and there's a lot of paperwork involved. There's a lot of stigma for students who would qualify. That is all gone. and it's something that all students now have access to, and I think everyone would agree, it's pretty difficult for a child to learn, if they're hungry. And again, that is made possible by that funding from the Fair Share Amendment. We also were able to provide an additional $100 million of that money for the Chapter 90 program. So Representative Haggerty talked about the $600,000 that Reading's receiving, which is through the normal Chapter 90 program that we do every year for local roads and bridges and improving sidewalks and sections. You will be receiving another $300,000, so essentially a 50% increase in Chapter 90, again, because the legislature appropriated part of that fair share money to increase the Chapter 90 program. So hopefully you're pleased about that. We certainly are. We also are using some of that money to make access to higher education, public higher education, much more affordable for our young people. We have a plan to make community college in Massachusetts free for all students who want to attend community college within 2 years. We're phasing it in over 2 years. This year, we're providing access to free community college for anyone 25 years and older. Essentially what we're doing is covering the last mile, if you will. So whatever financial aid or other programs someone is eligible for, they collect that, and then using the fair share money, we're going to cover the difference. So there'll be no cost barrier for somebody to attend Massachusetts Community College. And again, we're going to phase it in over 2 years for all students. We're also substantially increasing the financial aid for students that want to attend our 4-year state colleges and universities, including UMass. Again, the goal here is to make public higher education, 2-year or 4-year, available to any student from Massachusetts who wants to attend without, financial cost and being a burden, and without having to take on, a heavy debt load when they graduate. So I think that's great. And then another area we're using some of that money for is significant MBTA improvements. We all know the MBTA is in crisis, and we're going to be using a substantial chunk of that money to continue to improve safety and reliability, and that includes the commuter rail as well, which is obviously pretty critical to the community of Reading. So there's other areas as well, but I did want to highlight those. I know there's been a lot of work and discussion in Reading about the MBTA communities law that the legislature passed a few years ago, and then was implemented by the state. Thanks to the feedback that you all provided to the state government, and the delegation was involved as well. There were revisions that were made in those regulations, and the latest version came out in August. And I think my understanding is are much more acceptable to the community and to other communities. I know to the extent there's still some challenges to work through. We want to continue to partner with you to understand what those are and how we continue to work with you and with the folks in the Healy administration as that law continues to be implemented. We are currently working in the state legislature to finish up a tax relief bill. A version of the bill has been passed by both the House and the Senate. So what's happening is there's a lot of similarities, but there are some differences. So that legislation is in a 6-person conference committee, 3 representatives, 3 senators who are charged with reconciling the differences. But it's significant, and some of the provisions I expect you'll see when that bill gets to Governor Healy, hopefully in the next month or 2. You're going to see a very significant increase in the child and dependent care tax credit, which would be terrific for Reading residents that have children and those that are caring for dependents, because that will be additional money in their pocket that they can spend as they see fit. So we do expect a significant increase in that tax credit. We also expect to double the senior circuit breaker tax credit. This is hugely important for elderly, lower income residents who struggle with the high property taxes. Currently, that maximum amount is $1,200 a year. Both the House and Senate bills double that amount to $2,400. So if we get that done, that's a significant help to elderly Reading residents and residents in other communities who rely on the circuit breaker. Now, this is separate from Reading's program, and I applaud the community, and we extended that program for 3 more years earlier this year, that Reading provides to help low-income seniors. So these two stand together. There's the state program, but but hopefully we will be doubling that. Plus there's what Reading does for your low-income seniors, and I think together that really is helpful to a lot of folks. The tax bills also reform the estate tax in Massachusetts. We are kind of an outlier when it comes to our estate tax, so it's very likely we'll be doubling the threshold in which the estate tax kicks in, because both the House and Senate bills increase that.
And eliminate the cliff.
And eliminate the cliff effect as well. So I think that's something we've heard from a number of our constituents about. There's some other things in the bill around increasing the earned income tax credit, increasing incentives for housing, low-income housing development, increasing the rental deduction that renters receive on their tax returns. And again, just wanted to give you an update. Again, it has cleared both branches. It is in a conference committee. We're, hopeful that we'll see a final bill get signed into law in the fall. Think we will wrap it up there. Oh, I just wanted to mention, give a shout out to the Reading School Superintendent, Leszewski, and his team and them and the school committee, because I recently, in addition to serving as the state senator for Reading, I wear a second hat, which is as the chair of the education committee in the legislature. And in that role, one of the policy areas that I've been exploring is how to improve early literacy. Pretty important that young children obviously can become proficient in reading, and we see a lot of young kids, kindergarten, first, second grade, who, unfortunately don't have all the necessary skills to be successful. And I want to applaud the work that Reading has done to update your early, literacy curriculum and professional development. So I spoke with the superintendent and his team to understand what Reading has done as a blueprint, if you will, for what we want to see other communities do across Massachusetts. So just wanted to mention that, and again, a shout out to school committee, and especially school committee, Tom Wise, I know, who's been a champion, and the superintendent and his team, and the select board as well, and town manager for supporting that effort. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share this update with you.
Thank you. Board members, questions for the delegation?
Over. Thank you, everyone. Senator Lewis, if you could just clarify for me and maybe for the public, the 6-person conference committee, what, are they the end-all be-all, or they're, once they come out of the committee, they make recommendations to both the House and the Senate, or what they say is final?
So what they produce in the conference committee then has to go back to both the House and Senate, and then it just gets an up or down vote in both branches. So we cannot change or amend the bill any further. That's it. That's the final stop. Almost certain, if that bill comes back to the House and Senate, we will vote on, I expect, a bipartisan basis to approve of that final bill. I think that's very likely. At that point, it goes to the governor, and then it's just up to the governor to sign it.
Okay, and that's how all conference committees
Yes.
are comprised of? Okay.
Yes. Yes, that's how they all work. It's no guarantee that the conference committee produces a final bill. That's not guaranteed. But as long as they reach an agreement, it's a negotiation.
Right.
Then once they do, then each branch has to approve it, which again, almost always happens. And then it goes to the governor.
And is it 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats?
It's 3 senators, 3 senators, 2 of whom are Democrats, 1 of whom's a Republican, and then 3 representatives, 2 of whom are Democrats, 1 of whom's a Republican.
Because of the makeup of Beacon Hill.
And that's how all conference
I
committees.
only thing I would add to, add to that, Kyle, is that in the speaker and the Senate president are also sort of involved in the process. So even though they're not officially members of the committee, obviously. And then for a committee report, it has to be signed by at least 2 members of the Senate and 2 members of the House. So you need 4 people to sign it, but it has to be at least 2 and 2. It can't be 3 and 1.
Oh, okay, so from each side.
From each branch.
Basically agree.
Each branch, right,
Each
I
branch,
gotcha,
right.
gotcha, okay.
And then we can either accept it or reject it, and if you reject it, it theoretically goes back to conference. And the other thing a conference committee can do is they can report in part. So they could say, well, we want to work on items 1 through 5, but we realize that items 6 and 7 are really important. We want to report that out in part and continue to work. That occasionally happens.
Okay.
So at this point, you know more than 99.999% of the public about how the sausage is made.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's good to know. I've heard about conference committees, and I'm glad I got educated tonight on that one. And back to the the fair share amendment / millionaire's tax on the education for 2-year and down the road 4-year, is there gonna be an income threshold? If a family makes, XYZ dollars, they're not eligible, or does it matter? If someone wants to go to Bunker Hill or Northfield Community College and their family does very well, can they take advantage of that, or it's only up to a certain threshold?
No, well, for community college right now, the plan is to make that available to anyone who wants to attend community college.
Regardless of their family's income?
Yep, that's true.
If they don't have a degree though, or if they're already.
There's some eligibility
Yeah,
requirements. You need
some.
a high school diploma
Yeah,
and
yeah.
various other things to make. But yes, we're trying to make this, look, the reality is the majority of people who are trying to attend, community college are not wealthy. And yes, there may be some, but the majority are not. And, even coming up with the money to pay the tuition, and many of them are working at the same time, particularly if you're older. This is just trying to, remove that barrier. And we have a severe workforce shortage in our state, as we all know. There's a need for people with these skills. And so by helping people to get those skills in, 2-year degrees or 4-year, it's a major workforce pipeline for our employers and our economy. On the 4-year side, we're not making that free. We're just trying to increase scholarships and financial aid. So that would be for students that would
Gotcha.
qualify for it.
And to piggyback on the workforce, which is a major problem across the country, what are we doing for our vocational schools and our vocational students that go to Essex Tech, Northeast, Shawsheen, and then go to the Peterson School, go to an IT school? Are we providing as a state, I'm ignorant to that, are we providing forgiveness the same way as a 2-year community college? If someone wanted to go
Sure.
to be an electrician,
Sure, that would apply to them as well.
That would
For
apply to them
higher,
as well.
yeah, absolutely. So this is any kind of higher education credential, basically. So that would include, the trades. By the way, another thing that's exciting for the Reading and this region is, we are in the process of building a new Northeast. And they've broken ground, and that new school is going to be significantly larger, than the current school. So they'll be able to accept more
I think
students.
several hundred more.
Several hundred.
there's a big waiting list there,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that project took over 10 years, and it's a very big investment that the state and the residents of the sending communities are making,
Right.
to enable that new school to be built. But that will increase the supply in this whole region of young people that want to go into the trades.
No, thank you, and that'll be a model. Like Essex Tech, I think, is the current model of excellence in the
Yes.
state. And hopefully Northeast will be just as good, if not better, because it'll be newer, but
Right.
I can't say enough about Essex Tech, because one daughter graduated there, another one's there now, and they just have a great thing going over there, and what they provide for the students, so I hope we can.
And to your point, there's
That's
a
great.
great school, and to your point, there's a lengthy waiting list, every year now for students who want to attend Northeast.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, no,
it's
I know,
great
I know.
programs. Yep.
On another item
Yeah.
too, we increased the Massachusetts School Building Authority's capacity to borrow money, which our hope is will allow us to, issue further reimbursements to communities who are building schools. So the hope is potentially for the Killen
Increase the-
project,
make
you
sure
may
that
see the
inflation
percentage of
covers it.
reimbursement come in higher. So I think we increased to 1.25 billion, which was pretty substantial. I think it
To
was
the
almost
fund.
to the fund to allow the authority to be able to increase their borrowing capacity, to be able to direct additional resources to communities who are in the building process, recognizing the
Right.
inflationary pressures
Yeah,
and
yeah,
some of the additional costs that communities are dealing with.
And where did that money come from, please? Where did that 1.25 billion come from?
Well, meaning that's what they're authorized to now
Okay.
borrow
Okay,
as
borrow.
part of
Okay,
their
borrow.
broader borrowing capacity.
We increased their borrowing cap, which is, we only would go as high as what's fiscally responsible, but we did feel like that they could borrow, afford that. But the reason this is significant for Reading and the Killen project is the demand is so great across the state, and the cost escalation has been so great in the last few years that effectively the MSBA has been capping their per square foot reimbursement rate. And unfortunately, that's fallen well below the market cost. You've seen this like for Wakefield High School, or you've probably heard about the Stoneham High project. So because we've increased this is gonna allow them to raise that reimbursement, what's eligible, closer to the market rate. And that effectively means that
And the
Reading will
board is,
get
the
more.
board is doing that, right?
They're doing that,
Yeah,
they're,
So
right.
it's-
So when it's time, when Killam comes up for its vote before the board for the grant amount, we hopefully will get a higher grant amount than would otherwise be the
It's based
case.
on more realistic actual
Yeah.
numbers.
All right, thank you, that's it for me now, I may have more later, but I know what my colleagues say, but thank you.
Chris?
Thanks, Jackie. And thank you all for coming. Carlo took my question on the college thing, so I guess I'll just put it more bluntly. If I wanted to go back to school for 2 years, I would be eligible. As a married, make over $100,000 a year person, I'm good to go for 2 years, as long as I have a high school diploma, et cetera. Or am I like gonna get exempt from this somehow?
I'd look into some of the
College.
regs and see, because that is one of the issues that someone who may be able to pay for it says, I wanna go out of the class.
Well, it's more
I mean, just to be clear, we don't say that because someone's wealthy, they have to pay to go to K through 12, right? We say they're still, well, they get a free education because we believe in the importance of education. So I'd be happy to debate you on this, but I think the importance of providing access to at least community college, which again opens doors to a variety of different careers where we have workforce shortages. I think that that's a sensible policy, even if some people could potentially afford it on their own.
Yeah, because I for the vocational aspect, absolutely. With electricians, plumbers, all of that, they're gonna be in high demand in perpetuity, regardless of whatever we ever do going forward.
Right.
So it's good to see that getting involved in that. So that would be
That's
my,
what the majority of the 2-year degrees are generally more practical industry certifications, right?
Yep.
We-
and then Rich, you brought up the green communities thing once again. Do we have like an ETA? I know you say maybe October, November, like, are we gonna be at this meeting next time, next year, going over?
We won't be back here saying that. We either won't come or we'll have good news.
I hope, because this is turning into Birch Meadow Phase 1, and I just hope not, because Massachusetts is supposed to be on the forefront of all the climate change and everything else that's going on, yet here we are, unable to go ahead and do anything in Reading.
I can tell you the three of us are absolutely committed to getting this done as soon as possible, and I don't think any of us are happy that they have not been released yet. That's why we sent the additional letter this morning to make it clear to DOER that we want these regulations ASAP so that the community can move forward. And it's other communities as well, it's not just Reading.
And then my last question was, Jason, you brought up the school lunch and the stigma kind of scenario. I myself, growing up, I was on either free or reduced lunch, and I still remember it to this day. So it does ring true that even though, it might be free lunch for everybody, it really, there was a barrier there where even somebody like me would just be ashamed that I was doing whatever, back in the day. So it's good to see that that money is being used for that. And I don't know if, Brad, if you want to add to it, is the money truthfully going to where it was supposed to have been going? Because I know we had a spirited debate last time here on question 1 and whether or not it was going to, and now it is and it is.
Yeah,
Would you
and
say that
I will
it's-
say, because there's sort of two things. One is the money go where it's supposed to. I'm happy we created the trust fund. I agree that I'd filed something, the governor had filed it in her budget. So there's sort of general agreement that we need to sequester that and spend it. I will say that we did do the universal free school lunch last year, but I think we used some of the federal ARPA money and stuff because we were sort of in the pandemic and so that was sort of different. So I would say, this year's budget, I think, tries to live up to the idea that these are gonna go to areas that weren't already being done, and they are education and transportation related, realizing those can be pretty broad swaths. I think there's a couple questions that, like, we're still gonna close out FY '23. There's maybe a little delta in terms of revenue, so there is some fair share of millionaires' tax money that came in. I think it's $130 million, and how the legislature approaches that. But thus far, I mean, you know, hopefully we're only into it a few months, so hopefully if we've already strayed from the course this early on, we'd really be remiss, so. But so far, yeah.
That's good to hear. Thank you all for coming.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks, folks. Haven't seen you in days, it seems. I had 3 points. I think that the school building assistance one, just to clarify, I'll give you kind of all three. I just want to make sure that the reimbursement rates, the discussion is that the average cost per square foot will more accurately represent the real cost per square foot, not kind of what it might have been 10 years ago.
Right, and I think if we hadn't changed the number, for the building authority to do that would mean a lot less projects could move up in the list. So this was a way of saying, look, if they're approving 10 projects a year or 20 projects a year, whatever the number it was, and still wanting to use a realistic number, they needed more capacity, and that's what we did. And that would then allow them to say, okay, we're not doing X, we can do X plus 15% because that's a more realistic representation of supply chain issues and inflationary pressures.
Perfect. So I think more projects is great, but I think the struggle that we were starting to feel was that the reimbursement rates were saying this is the cost when the reality is costs are up here. So that even if we got a high percentage, it's a high percentage of a
Right.
unrealistically
So
low cost.
yes, and to be clear, what we're saying is the fact that the legislature approved that increase is gonna be helpful.
Right.
I don't think we would be it would be entirely accurate to say that based on that, we can say that when it's time for Reading to come before the Killam project, to come before the MSBA Board of Directors to approve the grant, that at that point in time, what they are making eligible for reimbursement on a per square foot basis is gonna exactly be where market costs are.
We'll be closer.
But it'll be closer.
Yeah.
And the closer it gets, the larger the grant amount that we're
And we put up another pocket of money in separately for districts that had been approved to try to, again, bridge that delta over the course of the last couple of years.
Right.
And hopefully
An
some of those-
additional 100 million, I
Hopefully some
think.
of those pressures will
Yeah.
come back down a little bit.
Yeah, no, it'd be great, but I think that's one of the pressures that we as a community are gonna.
Now, just to be clear also, we're not done with this. We recognize that the need for new school buildings and improvements is tremendous across the state, and the cost to make those has gone up a lot, and that the MSBA is in a bind. And so we've done one step, but I think the conversation is ongoing about, what else can the state legislature and the state government do to help the MSBA so it can do more to help the districts that it's partnering with.
Awesome, fantastic. On that same vein, but a slightly different end of the spectrum, we've had discussions about a senior center. And we're not serving the needs of our senior community well enough here. I know there are other communities in the same scenario. And one of the things that'd be great to find is a way to explore some funding ideas from the state to support our efforts in building a new senior center here. Whether or not it's modeled after school building, I don't know, I don't presume, but I think whatever you folks can muster along those lines to help, it is something that this community hopefully will be seeing in the next couple of years. And it'd be lovely to find a way to kind of think about that. Third topic is back to the highway funds, and I think, Jason, you start to hit on this also. Inflationary pressures have meant that getting the same allocation each year is buying less and less asphalt and labor and everything else that goes along with it. Fidel and I were chatting the other day about, we're thinking about paving and what do we want to do. It's been great that the last few years, additional funds have come through, and we really appreciate that. It makes a big difference. It would be great if you folks were thinking about how to permanently adjust those numbers, understanding that inflation has taken out the amount of mileage that we can pave with that same level of support. So $300K extra is awesome. Would love to see how to kind of institutionalize that, if that's the right word. I don't think that is. How to make that continue in some ways, again, appreciating that the costs of doing this stuff are so different from where they were that, we still have the same number of miles, but we have more miles to pave.
Yeah, for sure.
Those are, so to sum up your three questions, they boil down to send money.
For specific purposes.
Yes, okay, yeah. Or not, just, they can be general, you can use them.
Totally understand and agree with you, and just to pull together a few different strands here, the legislature has traditionally provided $200 million statewide. Reading's share of that is the 600,000, right, that represent. But in addition, I think this is several years now, we have provided another 100+ million. This year it's 150 million in grant funds. That Reading has gotten some of that. For example, I just looked back at my notes. Reading got a Complete Streets grant December of last year of $500,000. So that's, again, because the legislature set aside those additional pots of money for specific purposes like the Complete Streets program, Reading got a nice $500,000 grant. So, they're in a little bit of different buckets maybe, but that is actually still more money for cities and towns. And then over and above that is that $100 million of the new fair share money that we've put. And, there's no guarantee we'll continue to put it to that use in next year and the year after, but I would think it's pretty likely that that's gonna be popular.
Yeah.
And,
The federal bipartisan infrastructure plan is gonna potentially money to go into different buckets and do certain projects along the way.
which is another source of funding, right, that, we haven't talked about tonight, but that's also gonna be flowing down.
Typically, we do the winter recovery monies during difficult winter years, in order to make sure that we're helping communities who, have faced substantial snowfall and things like that as well. So, all those types of
I'm
things.
envisioning all this rain we've had as
No, let's not.
yes.
So, we're very appreciative, and I think that the community has really benefited from some earmarks more recently, but in general, a lot of the funding that you folks have been able to bring back to us. So we thank you and we ask for more. Thanks, Jim.
Okay, thank you all for coming and thank you also for each holding office hours at a variety of places, in person and online, for Reading constituents.
At the Fall Street Fair.
Yes, and at the Fall Street Fair, we appreciate it. And for the efforts on the home rule petitions, as Brad mentioned, making Department of Health a little easier for meeting and open meeting law purposes, and then moving forward with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The only question I had seen that there's a housing bond bill currently underway or maybe proposed by the governor.
I don't think she's filed it yet. I think that's sort of, when you look at them, there's some bond bills that are like 3 years, 5 years with the judicial or environmental and this and that. I think the housing bond one is coming to the end of its last kind of life cycle. I think it's a 5 years, so I think she's saying she has to file it. My guess is that would be something that, maybe one branch takes it up before the end of formal sessions, which is November. And then it's something that we conclude hopefully by the time we adjourn next year or recess next year.
So it sounds like it's maybe too early to answer these questions, but is there anything, would there be anything in that bond bill that might benefit a town like Reading? And then are there policy elements as well as funding typically in something like that?
You could be both, yes.
I would actually flip the question around and say, come back to us with what you think would really help Reading that could be, because then we can, regardless of what the governor files, it'll be up to the legislature to decide what that final bill looks like. We will certainly, out of respect to the governor, look at what she's proposed, but ultimately it's what the House and the Senate decide. So if you say to us, well, this particular housing program has been very helpful, we would love to see more money here, that's great feedback for the delegation. When we're working on that bill, we can, and it can be funding or policy issues as well.
And candidly, on our end, the House and Senate do put a lot of things in there, and then there is a reliance on the executive to release those monies through the bond process.
It's bond money,
So
so bond money is,
it's a little bit of a,
as far as those things, cash is still king.
yeah.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
And I would just say, Fidel has been great communicating. He's not shy about calling, texting, emailing, frankly, at all moments of the day.
Madam Chair, could I speak?
Sure, yes, Karen.
Thank you. Just wanted to thank all of you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. And I know all three of you have been in office long enough to know that you don't always get to go to your constituents and tell them there's lots of extra money coming from the state. So I'm glad that you're able to do this, and we're all grateful for everything that's coming from that millionaire's tax, what's left of our ARPA funds. And it's going to very important areas. So I thank you. I'm particularly excited about the investments you're making in higher education. My daughter graduated from a Georgia state school, and residents of Georgia pay 25% of what an out-of-state person pays at their state school. And my impression here has been that for a state that cares so much about education, we're just letting our constituents, down in this respect. So I applaud you all for, getting this bill passed and funneling those funds where it's really going to do some good, whether it's workforce or just making people more productive and better able to take care of their families. And thank you for your persistence in following up with our green communities and the DOER. Reading had their first ever early school release because of heat. It won't be the last, and so that's another area where those funds will be desperately needed. Our schools are not air conditioned, so anything you can do in that area, we really appreciate. And thank you so much, and thanks for the great questions from my colleagues. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
Terrific.
Just want to second what Representative Jones said about what a pleasure it's been, obviously working with all of you, but especially with the town manager. It's been wonderful. You communicate so well with us, and it's a really strong partnership.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All three of you agree to the dunk tank for next year,
Well, let's not go that far.
I don't wanna,
Motion
wait
to
until the end. Wait until the end.
Politicians in the tank don't go to Weather.
The town manager does such a good job in the dunk tank. We wouldn't want to displace
And based
him.
on Sunday's rain, you didn't have to get the dunk tank, but.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. Yes, thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay,
It's just you and I.
looks like we'll take a 5-minute recess. We will come back into session at 8 p.m. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Moving back to the agenda, select board liaison reports. Karen notified me that she does not have any updates, so we'll just go down the line. Carlo?
I will go, thank you. Again, another great Reading Fall Street Fair. I was not in the dunk tank this year. I had another commitment, but that didn't happen. I did walk around and it was well attended. And I think the majority of the day went well. Hopefully the vendors did well, and thank you to the Rotary and all you guys and anyone who helped, and the staff, of course, and DPW for cleaning up, setting up another great event. I mean, that's one thing we've done is put on great events. The beer garden was successful as well. Went to that in July or August, I can't remember. August. And we got another one coming up. Maybe Phil will mention in his report in a few weeks. So last night I attended the recreation committee meeting, and new recreation coordinator was introduced, Ed Shambo. He's been here about a month. So he'd be working with Jim Sullivan. And the Jim talked about a few meetings ago potentially changing how pickleball is reserved and incorporating some open play times where you can't reserve it, you just show up at different levels. But he notified people that were in the audience, which a lot of them are here tonight, that there'll be no changes made this year or technically the rest of the season. Even though pickleball players are crazy and will play in the winter as well. So as long as the nets are up, so no changes there. He might make a few changes next spring, but he'll notify that. There was a dog park presentation by Stephen Cool, similar to what we've seen. Jenna gave a Birch Meadow Phase 2 update. And at the Fall Street Fair, I was walking around, Reading Compost was there, as many other vendors, and I'm a big fan and proponent of Black Earth. I have it, and just to let everybody know, we're at 458 composters in Reading. The next threshold is 500, and we all get a price break. So anyone who's been thinking about it and is on the fence, please consider it. I've been doing it for at least 3 years. It's not that expensive, and it actually reduces our overall trash bill the more we compost. So again, as of Sunday, we're at 458. 500 is the next threshold, and I don't know if that's maxed out or not after that, but, and I know we talked about the test they did at Birch Meadow for the schools, for school lunches, and they're gonna hopefully continue that, or they are. I know school just started recently, but they're hoping to continue that and bring that to other schools, and maybe bring commercial composting to the town. So that's it, and I just wanna mention, I think I did it last year too, and so we're a couple of days off, but just want to commemorate 9/11, 22nd anniversary for all those that perished, and for all the people that are still dealing with it, the aftermath, all the first responders. So I just wanted to mention that we just had the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, and I'm sure we're all well aware of that. Thanks.
Chris?
Thanks, Jackie. And to piggyback off Carlos' comment, Birch is still doing composting. I was there earlier today, and we have a nice setup that was built by one of the Boy Scouts. It's an Eagle Scout project, so that's still in full swing over there. I attended the International Overdose Awareness event that was put on the town common by Erica McNamara and the coalition, the Reading Police and whatnot. Erica did a good job putting it into perspective, how many lives that Reading loses to substance abuse and misuse by all the flags that were out there for the week. It puts a different perspective on things when you see it really outlined in front of you like that, as opposed to you just assuming it's a handful when it really isn't. And then the other big update was obviously from the Fall Street Fair. With the dunk tank, we were able to raise, even with the weather and stopping an hour shorter, $1,052 for Autumn Hendrickson and the Reading Rotary, split between both of them. So at the beginning, at around 11 o'clock, I thought we were making nothing. So it's good to see that the community was still out and really enjoying the fair, even though it was raining at certain spots. Everyone was still out there. So the Rotary puts on a great event every single year. Like I mentioned before, it was a twinkle in anyone's eye. I was going to the Fall Street Fair. After I'm a twinkle, I will be going to the Fall Street Fair. So it's a really good event. And I just want to share one story that happened from it. One of the residents ended up going up to my wife, who was, collecting money at the time. And unbeknownst to her, she didn't realize that I was in the dunk tank at the time, and she asked my wife how much it is to dunk people. She said it's $2 and then 3 for $5. And then she said, I will give anything to dunk Chris Haley. So it's good to see that, I'm aware that certain people aren't happy with certain things, but we all came together for, a big purpose, and it didn't matter who it was or what happened. We still raised money for a good cause, so I will gladly do that in perpetuity as long as I can. And then usually I always mention who the biggest draw was in the past 2 years. So the past 3 years that I've been doing it, we've raised over $5,000 for various charities through that. But the biggest shout out that I want to give this year is to Jess Terrio from Reading Public Schools. She ended up staying there for 2.5 hours. She was only supposed to be there for a half hour or whatever we kind of all agreed with, and she was there for 2.5 hours chasing down every single ball during most of the dry time that was there, where the majority of people came. So she didn't have to do that. She stuck it through to the end, 2.5 hours worth, which is pretty significant. So I thank her, superintendent, Fidel, all the other teachers that participated, etc. It was a really great event, and it's all going to a good cause, 2 of them. So thank you.
Okay, Mark?
Thanks, Jackie. So I want to report a little bit on some meetings of both Recalc and the Council on Aging. Maybe I'll start with the council for a moment. So there were a lot of discussions about updates on the now issued or soon to be issued and published RFP that's out there for the feasibility study for Senior Center. So there was discussion about that at the council to understand what's going on with that. A lot of interest in what's happening at Simon's Way. And the COA is very interested in what the plans may be and the possibilities that there might be that might be one of the locations for a senior center as well. I think one of the things that really impressed me at the council meeting was they really want to make sure that the community is receiving a higher profile for what's happening in the senior community right now. I think you heard at the beginning of this meeting that there's an odor in the building, apparently when the heating system goes on, or particularly when the heating system goes on. And that's something that we need to take care of. And I think that there is a lot of interest in the community about this, and I applaud that Nancy Zimlack was here before. I think I might have seen Marilyn in the back also, but to kind of raise the profile to the community to understand that we need to be doing more in elder services, both in terms of facilities and for programming also. Recalc met also. There are, per the charter that the board gave to them most recently, there are 4 groups. They're working on questions about additional finance opportunities for both programming and facilities at the senior center, looking at transportation needs, certainly for the senior community, but also exploring what other communities are doing more broadly to get people around the towns and cities. Third is programs with a focus on younger age seniors, age kind of 60 plus. I always harken back that at age 50, AARP already got me onto their list, so I'm there, I'm well there. And then the last part is a group that's going to update the chosen designer. And so once we go through the selection process, which I assume Fidel will talk a little bit about, that'll be probably toward November, and then to make sure that we're giving the benefit of all of this work that we've already done, all the surveys that we've done, discussions we've had, the UMass Center on Gerontology did a study, gather all that, get that to these folks so that they're armed and ready to give us the best product that they can. And those are the 2. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mark. So last night was the CPDC meeting, and the CPDC gave preliminary approval to a subdivision at 45 Beacon Street. This backs up to a pretty steep grade, so there are a number of conditions regarding fill and making sure that the runoff doesn't impact abutting properties. There's also that section of Beacon Street is private, so there was discussion about how those features of the subdivision will be maintained going forward. The site plan review for the McDonald's renovation on Main Street was continued to the next meeting on October 16th. And our planning staff is hard at work on MBTA communities. They're refining some of the data that we have and also planning to continue with their series of public forums. And I know coming up here this fall, they have public forums both in person and on Zoom on Tuesday, September 19th, 1 week from today, and then also on October 11th. Want to thank our first responders, DPW and RMLD, for their quick response to some of the damage from last Friday's storm, severe weather. We see around the state in places like Andover and North Andover and in Leominster a lot of devastation and extreme weather events, and we're really thankful to all those folks for getting trees out of roadways and keeping power on. I had seen some data today from the Federal Department of Energy that the average Massachusetts utilities or electric customer experiences a little under 9 hours a year of outage. And when I think back to the years I've lived here in Reading, I could probably count on that's probably 8 or 9 hours total. And so another shout out to the reliability of RMLD. Just some items on the arts and culture front. We've got a downtown art walk that started on Sunday, and I've already seen a number of great pieces in the downtown business buildings, windows. That goes on until October 1st. Also, the Cultural Council grant cycle is open until October 17th. I know the Cultural Council will come visit with us at our next meeting on the 26th, but just as a reminder to people watching, if you've got an creative or artistic or historical or educational program that you're looking for funding for, definitely take a look at that Cultural Council opportunity. Just some more items for the public. We'll be hosting a trash cart forum in advance of further discussion about that. Again, 1 week from tonight. That's at 6 p.m. I think here in this room as well as on Zoom. And last two items. First, wanted to thank Crystal Melanakis-Garay, who is the Reading Coalition's outreach coordinator. She is leaving Reading, moving on to a new opportunity in Chelsea. So Chelsea's gain is our loss, and we wish Crystal all the best in her new endeavors. And then just finally, on a personal note, Mark Delaney and I, my husband, would like to thank friends and neighbors and colleagues for the kind words and support from the death of the passing of Mark's mother. We really appreciate it. It meant a lot to us. So Fidel.
Thank you.
Moving on to town manager.
I appreciate it. Three quick hitters. There are three procurement items that are out right now. One is a request for information for Simon's Way. That was originally scheduled to come back to us with responses on September 28th. In the last couple of days, we have received a few requests from respondents who are asking additional time. There's a lot of things that are in the request for information. So they're asking for an additional 2 weeks, which would kick back the due date from September 28th to October 12th. We have discussed it internally, and we feel that an additional 2 weeks in the big scheme of things is not a major delay, and we feel that it's beneficial to grant that if it is going to result in better responses. We will have a request for qualifications out next week on the 20th for a designer for the senior center. I know that is something that we have talked about a lot at this meeting, and quickly after that, over the next 2 months is the process to qualify those responders, hold interviews, and enter into a contract for the feasibility study for the senior center. And last of all, we are also in the process of issuing a request for services for a designer for the Killam School. That process is underway and is being handled by the Killam School Building Committee. I wanted to remind residents that the commuter rail has been the closure has been in effect. We so far have not received an outcry of complaints. I hope that means that service is being maintained. Any complaints, please let us know and we'll direct it to the MBTA. As the chair mentioned, we are having a forum tomorrow at 6 p.m. about trash. Next week, you're right, on the 7th,
19th.
on the 19th. I also wanted to just give a little shout out to Andrew and his team for all of the outreach that they are doing on MBTA communities. They are holding a forum on Tuesday, September 19th at 7 p.m. And also on Wednesday, October 11th at 7 p.m. There is the opportunity for a survey, and we ask residents to please engage in that process. We will be having our second financial forum on October 25th, which will be dedicated to MBTA communities. And finally, I'll close out that we are scheduled this Sunday to have our pop-up market, but it's farmers market. I'm hoping that the weather holds, and because it's supposed to be pretty crappy on Saturday, so I'm hoping that Sunday is okay. And then Oktoberfest is our next beer garden, which is on September 23rd at 2 p.m. on the town common. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it's, yes, Chris?
Sorry, I just had a couple of questions for Fidelity.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So if you could give us an update on Sturgis and Coolidge Imagination Station parking, that kind of scenario. I know you've given us,
Yeah, that's fine.
but the public, so they know what kind of is going on with both.
Absolutely. So Coolidge / Birch Meadow Phase 1 is the easier one of the two. The contractor has had some delays, particularly in the restroom pavilion, because they had a delay in the concrete block. They have assured us that the entire project will be complete by October 30th. So by October 30th, the entire project should be complete. Of course, the weather is not helping, obviously. Any kind of delays with weather could pose a delay, but as of last Thursday, which was our last meeting with them, they said that that project should be done by October 30th. I'm going to put Ryan Percival on the spot. Hopefully, Ryan, I don't know if you're listening in, for Sturgis.
I am listening, tuned in, loud and clear. Sturgis is also a little bit complicated. Obviously, we had a major delay in the beginning of the project with shipping and supply chain issues, but we got off and running and started the project about a year late. That being said, we also having issues fixing some components, and which is not uncommon. This is why we test them. Fixing some components within the computer system, as well as some of the actual components within the station itself, like the grinder and things like that. That's all been resolved, and now we're going through the SCADA end, which is the computer system that helps us monitor the station a million different ways. And then once that happens, we can start our 2-week test where both stations, the new station's live, the old station's offline, but still there just in case. So it goes through a pretty robust process before we go live with the Sturgis. Once that's completed, then they can finish their restoration work. So that's where we're at. We're hoping it's gonna be by the end of the month.
That's very optimistic, so that's to hear. And then my last thing is.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank
No
you,
problem.
Ryan. Last thing is the kiosk. I know it's been advertised for, and brought up and discussed and everything else for like the last 2 years, but obviously seeing on social media some residents showing concerns with what's happening. If the town could go ahead and just revisit the handicap parking issue as well. That's a lot of residents have expressed concerns, and they did during Park as well, but I don't think we ended up passing any recommendations for that. But essentially a spot outside of CVS in the front and then some handicap ones in the back. A lot of residents have expressed concerns over the lack of handicap parking. Now, obviously handicap placard people, plates, etc. can park anywhere in the lot for free, but it's more close to the door for obvious reasons. So if we can kind of get an update maybe for the next meeting, what the PTTF, I think I get that right. Mark, yes. But that's essentially it. But thank you for the updates on the other items. Thank you.
Carlos?
Not a question, but so when Chris mentioned Sturgis, I thought he meant the tennis court and the basketball court. So there's another update going on in Sturgis as well, and that should be done soon too. The repaving and resurfacing of the tennis court and the basketball court over there. So kind of once Ryan started talking, why is Ryan talking now? You know, so there's 2 things going on in Sturgis.
It's the pump station that is.
Yeah, I figured that out, and then so the pump station and the resurfacing of the court, I guess should be done about the same time in October.
Thanks. Okay, so we have a public hearing, and this is a vote on proposed changes to the town's personnel policy for military leave. So, Chris, thank you for stepping in.
Yep.
Could you please read the legal notice?
Sure thing. To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the Town of Reading will hold a public hearing on September 12, 2023 at 7 p.m. in the Select Board Meeting Room at Town Hall, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. Or also available remotely on Zoom to vote on proposed changes to the Town Personnel Policy Section 9.6, Military Leave. A copy of the proposed documents regarding this topic will be in the Select Board packet or on the website at www.readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing in person or remotely via Zoom, or may submit their comments in writing or by email prior to 6 p.m. on September 12, 2023 to townmanager@ci.reading.ma.us by order of Fidel Maltez, Town Manager.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Fidel?
Thank you.
Could you please summarize for us?
Absolutely. So this is a change to our personnel policy. Essentially, our policy on military leave was a little quiet on benefits to those members of the National Guard or reservists who get deployed on long-term deployments. We shared at the last meeting that we do have a member of our police department who is going away for a 1-year deployment, and we were approached by our veteran service officer to basically improve the language on the military leave policy. We certainly want to support our veterans and be and acknowledge essentially the sacrifice that it's going to take for this one employee, but of all employees who are deployed for the benefit of our country. We came to the select board last meeting, and both town council and our HR director explained the policy. I don't believe there were any questions, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions, comments? Oh, sorry. Is there any members of the public who would like to speak on this item? Okay. Caitlin, is there anyone on Zoom who'd like to speak on this vote?
No.
Okay, thank you.
like a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, anyone move to close the public hearing?
To close the
Thanks,
public
Mark, and second,
Second.
thanks, Chris. All those in favor?
Excuse me, do we have Karen online still?
No.
We do not? Okay.
Opposed, we're 4-0. Okay, the public hearing is closed. So now, discussion among board members. Any comments or questions?
I think it looks good. Good update.
Chris?
Move to approve the town personnel policy military leave as presented.
Second.
Okay, thanks, Chris and Mark. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, passes 4-0. And so, and thank you to staff, Fidel and Sean, for addressing this and to our employees who serve in a variety of capacities. Okay, next item is a discussion on Reading's pavement plan. Fidel and Ryan?
Yes, thank you very much, and Ryan, our town engineer, is on the line. So we at our last meeting, we spoke about the board's request to increase the amount of funds that we use on our payment program. The board had a lot of questions that I spoke to our town engineer about, and we figured that it would be a good opportunity to talk about our payment management program or our strategy and the science behind the program. So take it away, Ryan. Thank you.
I'll try to make this very exciting for everyone. Can you see the slideshow?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. So we're gonna dive right in, pavement management. The town has approximately 92 miles of roadway. That's not including all the miles of roadway in town, but that's all the public roads in town. So we exclude the state-owned right-of-way on Main Street, and we are also excluding the private ways that are not accepted yet, because they don't fall within the town's budget. The current PCI, and this is really important, I'm gonna highlight PCI. That's something you're gonna hear a lot about. That's the driving factor on how we run the pavement management. Our current PCI is a 78. I'll get into a little bit of what that really means in the next following slides. As you know, the annual budget, which also includes contribution from Chapter 90 at $594,000, is about $1 million a year. So we're here tonight to discuss primarily, what does that $1 million a year get us? Where are we at with that $1 million, and what's the projection for the future, and do we need to up our local share for that amount of to increase the PCI? So how do we do how do we make the road paving list? And I know that's a question that everyone has asked me in some fashion anytime I run into a resident. And so what we try to do is we primarily try to use the pavement management software as a guide and a tool to get us in the ballpark of where we need to be. And that takes into account the PCI number and also deterioration curves and all that fun stuff. Another part of that is utility coordination between whatever the town has for water, sewer, and drain work, whatever National Grid has, trying to get on their capital plan and staying ahead of them, and certainly trying to adjust if something does come up, if there's an emergency or things that have to be replaced out of the blue, say Walker's Brook Drive for the water main, or the gas company having to come in because we encroached on their work during our downtown improvements. And then we also bring into account economy of scale, so we don't have to move the machines around as a lot, and then also logistics just around other work that we're doing in the town. Now, so what is the PCI? We sort of briefly mentioned that it's the pavement condition index. That's essentially what it is. We're going through and we're basing it on 9 different major distresses, right? And so the way we look at this is there's 2 parts to pavement. There is a base layer, which handles all of your weight, and then there's the surface layer, which is what most people see and drive on. We have 4 criteria under the base layer, which obviously if we have distresses in that layer, that gives it a really high weighted PCI average in it, it drops it down quite a bit because we're having a failure in the actual asphalt. And then the other ones are surface. And then so I have this graph here, and it's important to note that one of the other ways that we try to keep this so it's not subjective, and we try to keep it somewhat data based, is that we have a third party consultant, independent consultant, come out and actually put boots on the ground. They walk it, they drive it, and they look at all these distresses, and they come up with all these different quantities and severities, and then we get a score, which you see on the right hand side, and it goes from failure all the way up to excellent or good. Now I'm just going to go really briefly through these. We've already mentioned those 9 distresses. The first 4 are the ones that really are critical, which throw everything into a failure of the pavement. We all know potholes. They start off as minimal cracks, water gets in, and then we have these things heaving and popping and plows hitting them, and then we come up with these potholes. This is a major distress, really brings down that PCI. Alligator cracking, it's exactly what it is. It looks like alligator skin. That basically indicates that we have a failure of the subbase underneath the pavement. And so once that structural subbase is no good, you start to see all this deformation in the pavement. Distortions, patches, things of that nature, bumps, heaves. That's what we're talking about here. Rutting. We've all driven on a road where you can almost picture where a tractor trailer truck has driven down because you feel the rutting. That's exactly what it is. Heavy loads of trucks, cars, and things like that, you start to have that deterioration in the pavement, and you start to see that breakdown in the structural capacity of that. Transverse and longitudinal cracks, they're pretty straightforward. They're more of thermal cracking and things like that from the sun, and you just have push and pull from the cold temperatures, and that's how you have sort of those stress cracks. Now that kind of turns into block cracking when they both start to meet, and those are the cracks. So these are all surface, what we call surface failures or surface distresses. These turn into major distresses like potholes. Another one, bleeding and polishing. It's essentially exactly what it is. You start to see all that oil content come up through the surface. It starts to lose its adhesion. And then also you have the polishing and the aggregate. Same thing, you're starting to wear off that top surface a layer. Surface wear and raveling, that's just delaminating and the surface coming off. And then the last one, best example of this is probably if you've driven through the intersection of Salem and Main Street, you've hit shoving, slippage, and corrugation. So the slippage is exactly that. It's stopping of the cars and it's pushing of the asphalt and pavement, and the shoving is the same thing, but more on a turn of a roadway, and the corrugation is something similar to the slippage. So they're all different variations of pushing of that top soft asphalt. So why is this important? Well, like I said, this goes into the pavement condition index. You could kind of see it's a very rough 35,000 foot breakdown of what that PCI and how it's calculated. So you notice that I focused on those 4 base layer related distresses. Those get weighted heavier because it's a failure of the pavement, and then obviously you have a lighter weighted failure on the surface layer. And then there's a deduct value that's broken down and into that. And there's a huge deterioration curve for that, which you can get lost in the weeds by looking at it. So, but that's the breakdown, the simple breakdown. And so we get asked, what is the PCI? And so everyone likes a letter grade or a number grade, and they associate that with going to school. It doesn't exactly associate itself to that grade in the sense that, you know, maybe you don't really want to strive to just get a 70 in school, but for paving, anything in the 70s or higher, you're doing well. You're within that surface routine maintenance category, which falls into crack sealing and things of that nature. Anything when you start getting into 72 or below is that structural overlay and that base rehabilitation. So the structural overlay is the milling and overlaying. That's obviously cheaper than if you get into the reclamation. and reclamation is the base rehabilitation. Anytime you get into a 60 or below, you're into the failure of the pavement, and it can't really be salvaged. Maybe if you're near the 60s, you might be able to push that up into a mill. However, most of that is once it gets into that status of a base rehabilitation, now you're into the most expensive fix of a roadway. Why is this important? Well, it's important for a few reasons. And then this is our PCI distribution in miles. And so everything over to the right-hand side, you can see that, you know, we're trying to push most of our roads over to that right-hand side. We want to stay basically from that middle over, and we want to make that left-hand side, which is those reclaims, very low. The reason we want to do that is because we can't go and do reclaims every single year. We'd have no budget left. We also don't want to do a lot of mill and overlays either, because we want to try to maintain the roads before they get to that status. But what we try to do is we try to shoot some of those reclaims up into the middle area, and then we try to move those middle areas up into the higher areas, and then we try to use crack sealing to maintain those as long as we can, so we don't have those potholes and breakdowns from those surface crackings. This is, I like this slide because I thought it was just a great way of quickly seeing where the town really kind of stands. These are a little bit different because I wanted to present you with up-to-date projections and numbers. So these are a little bit different than what I produced for you in the previous report. So you might see these numbers that vary just a little bit, but these are up to date as we sit today. We're looking at 20, maybe 40% that fall into that pavement category is what you see that falls under our pavement program. So structural overlays, those are mill and overlays. Base rehabilitations, those are the reclaims where the reclaimer comes in and grinds everything up. And then we regrade the road. So I mentioned, we saw those graphs. We saw what happens when we have a PCI that's too low. Now we take that PCI, we put it into a deterioration curve. That's part of our pavement management software. The reason we do this is because the software itself will spit out a bunch of roads. It doesn't want to do a lot of reclaims because the cost benefit is not high. It will produce them because we have to bring them up out of that area. But what we really want to shoot for, like we do on any curve, is we don't want to be on either end of this curve. We want to be on the break point of this curve, somewhere around this point. That's somewhere around the low 80s, high 70s. That's really where you want to be. That's where you want to be putting most of your money. Anything to the left of that, again, it's crack sealing, it's minor maintenance. Anything to the right of that, you know, you're starting to get into more of that reclamation. And you can see, again, these numbers may not, this graph itself may not be as accurate as what we're seeing today. It's fairly close. It's only maybe off by a year. But you could see the breakdown of what we're trying to show here is that your dollar value greatly diminishes as you go down this curve. And so that's important because we're trying to stretch that $1 million. We're trying to stretch that budget as far as we can, and we're trying to push that PCI up as far as we can. Now, there are ways that we do that, not just with choosing the roads and doing the mills and a few little reclaims every year. Well, we also try to put in certain additives into the asphalt, so we're maintaining these roads longer and the pavements lasting longer. You know, we're doing other things on the engineering side to push the life expectancy of the roads after we bring them up to 100 because they start to deteriorate immediately. What does this mean? Well, this is not my attempt at trying to predict Hurricane Lee here in my spaghetti models, but what we show here are 4 different scenarios. And I probably could have summed up this whole presentation just with this slide, at least for me. What you see, I did a chapter 90 only. On the chapter 90 only, you could see 10 years out, we did this projection. We'd be losing ground from the 78, 77 that we have right now in the PCI down to a 73. So we're losing ground every single year. Now, this is not taken into account inflation or the increase in inflation. It's taken into account some of that, but the projections are gonna be off. We saw the projections just off from 2 years ago. And I mention that because the $1 million a year 2 years ago in the report that we had would have brought us up to about a 78 and we would have been maintaining. That's not the case now. You can see that we're dropping down because of the inflation, because of what we're seeing with liquid asphalt pricing, because of the labor shortage. All this takes into account less roads that we can do for the same amount of money. Now, under the report that we did in 2021, we ran a scenario of 1.3 million per year. That 1.3 million per year puts us right around where we would have been with the $1 million a year annually, which is what we're at now. We're somewhere around a 79. We got a minor little gain. Not bad, not great. We sort of maintain. So that's great. So I ran one more scenario. What do we need to do to get to that 1.3 million a year that was projected a couple years ago before we saw this inflation? When we project that out in the software, the 1.5 brings us somewhere around an 81. Now, I do want to point out, we do see these little anomalies and blips. This does happen in the software, depending on what comes up and what cycle we hit. Maybe some of the major roadways, like the longer roadways in town, get triggered 5-7 years out because they're on that cycle. Those are going to drastically bump up the PCI, but only for a short period of time. And that's why you see these little bumps, and they happen, you can almost see them happen in the same time frame on the 1.3 and 1.5. So what does this mean? Well, we can certainly continue with the 1 million a year. We're going to lose a little bit of ground. We could go for a 1.3, we can gain a little bit of ground. So what I ended up showing here is I ended up showing where we're at, local Chapter 90. We have Chapter 90 amounts, we have the local funding, and that's what brings us to a little bit about 1 million a year. And then on the top end of that, I just showed you that breakdown just so we could all sort of wrap our head around what the increase would be locally if we wanted to do the 1.5 million a year, still maintaining the 594 a year from Chapter 90, and then we're adding an additional, maybe $500,000 a year, maybe a little less. Now, something that's important to note here, Chapter 90 can fluctuate. It could certainly go up. I know we're seeing a little bit of an injection coming in. That's obviously great. That's helpful. That hopefully brings down or matches our local share and we have more money. Another thing that we can do is we can also take some of these larger roads, say Lowell Street, you've seen those come in front of you as a separate ask, and we could pump money into those separately as a capital improvement and leave it as its own project. So it's not taking away from the money that we're trying to pump into maybe the surrounding collector roads in the neighborhoods. So we have those little things that we can try to do. What we basically want to do is we want to keep trying to push everything more towards that average of an 80 or higher, so we can spend less money on more roads, if that makes sense. But again, I don't want to keep talking here because there's a lot of information. We can certainly go back and circle back to any graph that anyone wants to look at, and I'm happy to go over any questions. But this is the basically quick and dirty pavement management and how we go through it. I mean, there's a whole GIS-based software that we use that I didn't get into, but essentially this is the theory that we use behind what we do. Any questions?
Board members. Chris.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks, Ryan. So I guess to break this down where everybody can basically just understand it. So in our packet, looking up all the different streets and the PCI scores and all that, my street gets a 90. And I would agree with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with my road. Where would that end up falling in this? I always was under the assumption that new streets are always done, or existing streets are done every 10 years, but it seems as if I was to scale up my own, that almost seems impossible for it to ever be 10 years because I don't think it's going to deteriorate that much in the next 10 years. So is that the wrong thing to assume It's every
No,
10
I'm sorry to cut you off. No, you're correct in the sense that we don't see so part of the PCI and the breakdown, and more importantly, part of that deterioration curve, which is used, and so there's some proprietary formulas that are used in the software, but the breakdown of those also takes into account local roads, high traffic areas, and things like that. And that's important because obviously your Lowell streets, your Salem streets, they're going to deteriorate a lot faster. They see a lot more traffic. I think everyone can wrap their head around that, as opposed to maybe a street that you live on that maybe sees 1/10 of the traffic that Lowell Street sees a day, if probably even less than that. So that's why you might see a roadway that your road in particular might not deteriorate as much. Now, take into account, where does that road sit? Does it get more sun? Is there more tree coverage? Do we have ponding issues? Do we have worse drainage? Is the groundwater higher? These are all factors that come into play for deterioration. Was the asphalt good that day when it went down 10 years ago? Things of that nature. And so there are, like I mentioned before, there are tools that we use in the field during the paving for quality control and quality assurance that we try to push these materials to last as long as they can. Could be additives in the asphalt. Could just be simply the quality assurance of putting it down. Is it compacted to 95%? Did we get compaction on all the layers, including the subsurface? Are we seeing the temperatures of the asphalt coming in properly? Are we sending these out to go to laboratories to get testing? But these are all things that we do prior to paving and at the same time of paving to ensure that we're getting the highest quality that we can. Even still, I couldn't tell you when your road's going to fail. I couldn't tell you when your road comes up on the list. We do have roads that we haven't been to in 30 plus years. It's just a factor of how quickly we can get to a road. And again, the major artery roads that come in, the Lowell streets, the Haverhill streets, the West streets, the main streets, they're going to come up more and more often, as they should, because they get maybe 15, 20,000 vehicles a day. So I know that was a long-winded answer, but it's hard to really say, but there are a lot of factors that go into why it deteriorates. And sometimes we just don't know why they deteriorate the way they do.
So using one other example, Fidel and I went out to Walnut Street over near South Street.
Okay.
And looking in this, they have a score of 58. And I mean, the road is like completely destroyed, but I see, if I just scroll up a little on this, like Walkersbrook Drive, Pearl Street thing has a score of 41. So is a 41 getting done before a 58? Like,
Not necessarily. And so, I mean,
Again, it's an important tool that we use, right? And I stress that word tool because it's not perfect, and there is some subjectivity to it, as little as we possibly can, but we do have to go through these and we do have to verify these. Now, that being said, we don't always like to do a lot of reclaim roads because we can't push the money as far as we can. So we do, but we don't also want to neglect a reclaim road because that road will stay there because the program does not want to pull a reclaim road up because the cost benefit analysis is too low. And so you might see the PCI score, but on the back end of this program, I'll see another score that comes up with a cost benefit that has a 2. Now, the program doesn't like that. Now, as an engineer, I look at that and say, well, we just ripped up that road. We're doing this, we're doing that. The road really needs to be redone. It hasn't been done in a while. We pull all those factors in. We pull all the factors in for the utilities, and we make the best engineering judgment that we possibly can. Even then, we come up with the list. I can tell you right off the bat, the list gets changed for various reasons. Mainly because we have logistical issues, or the gas company has to get in, or something had happened. That happens every single year, but we do try to work with them to be ahead of them. I could tell you that we're in a better place than most communities with that. But to that point, you are going to see 41s, you're going to see 35s, you're going to see maybe a 58 or something like that on Walnut Street. And you might say, oh, that falls under a reclaim. Okay,
So we go out there and we said, we're not gonna take this 58 and just say it's a reclaim just because it hits a 58. We're gonna go out there and we're gonna do some test bits on the road. We're gonna do all these various things to see if we do have a substantial base layer underneath for us to push it to a mill and overlay, right? So these are things that we do. We use it as a tool. It's a great tool, but again, it's not. It just because something it spits it out of the software, we don't go with just that. We have to use some of the engineering judgment that we have on our end as well.
I think this seems like a full-time job, just going over everything that you
said, so I think it's probably best in the interest of time that, I can always just sit down with you and Fidel in the future and just try to get a better understanding of this. So, but thank you for this complex problem that seems easy but really is not.
It is, it's one of the most complex things that we do. And
It's really hard to explain, and I could take a whole night. So I tried to go through it as quick as I can, but give you as much information as possible, so.
Thank you.
Harlan.
Thanks, Ryan. So for this, I don't wanna call it a shortfall, but for this extra money that would help us a lot. Are we going to town meeting?
So there's an article before you, yes, in the warrant to see if the select board would like to do that.
Okay.
Yes.
For that kind of exact amount issue?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thanks, Jason. So I remember watching this, Ryan, over the last more than a decade even, I think, through Finance Committee and now Select Board. And what I remember, I think corresponds pretty closely to something you said, which is we strive to kind of be in this high 70s range. That's a pretty good place to be. It allows us to manage most of what we're doing. And I think that's really what our goal should remain to be, is to kind of keep that level that we kind of strive for and now we've achieved. I think the issue that really is facing us is that inflation has really eaten into the costs here. So the miles you could pay for $1 million doesn't stay the same. And particularly recently, it's gone down quite a bit. So I think we have kind of more of a shortfall created by inflationary pressures that is something that I think we need to address and kind of maintain the program we're trying to maintain, as opposed to trying to figure out how can we gain a point here or there or move it up. I think if we're at a range which we think is reasonable, good, manageable, and I think you heard me kind of pushing on our state legislators a little bit to say, hey folks, the town is facing this, we're facing this, you guys need to step up a little bit here too. And as you think about transportation priorities, I would hope that this is one of them. So I would advocate if we're gonna go forward and recommend something at town meeting, that it really is more of a structural issue to make up for inflation, to figure out how we can maintain this index, and to kind of, I think, stay consistent. Unless the world has changed and suddenly, pavement management says you're looking for different numbers suddenly. I'm going to assume that's not the case. I'm going to assume that this is a pretty static kind of thing. If that's where we want to be, let's figure out how to get there. I would be much more comfortable saying, hey, we need to think about this as a capital item going forward and figure out, $1 million isn't $1 million. We need to kind of tick it up a little bit on a continuing basis. If we need a small plug now to help get on that path, that's what I would think would make more sense to go to town meeting with. And then to make it much more part of our planning to reflect, hey, this is what it is. We need to do this much in terms of activity. You can't do that for $1 million anymore. It's gonna cost more. I would hope our state legislators will continue to be supporting us with the levels they have. I think they have for the last several years. I think it's just time for kind of a slight kick up. So, 1.3, 1.5 to me feel like excessive numbers. I don't think that those are necessary. But figuring out how do you make that $1 million of buying power as opposed to $1 million of cash, that would make more sense. And if that's, I don't know what the number is, 1.1, 1.2, whatever it is. That's what I would advocate, makes much more sense here. Thanks, Jake.
Thanks, Mark. And thank you, Ryan. This was really educational. Just two questions. First, should we adjust the numbers in that shortfall slide near the end of, or at the end of your presentation? I think it might be forward one slide. to reflect the additional Chapter 90 funds?
We could certainly do that.
We knew that there was gonna be an increase. I don't personally know up until just recently what that increase was gonna be. And I don't know if that's gonna be a projection that goes forward every single year. So, it might just be just like what we saw with the RAP money that came out, where there was an ejection in. We're hopeful that we start see these ejections become permanent, right? And all these numbers go up. But until that happens, I didn't put it specifically in here, so it's something that we can't rely on. The injections do happen periodically. We see them all the time, not to the extent that they have been coming through, but it's just not a permanent thing that I know of yet, unless, Fidel, you've heard if it's going to be a permanent solution to Chapter 90. I know there's a lot of communities that are asking for more help because of the inflation, because everything's gone up in price.
Yeah, I agree with
Mark, that we should try as much as possible to stabilize this while still being kind of fiscally responsible about it. And the other question I had is, at our last meeting, we talked about a warrant article designating specific streets for, unless I misunderstood it, but has this morphed somehow from our last meeting in terms of how it's addressed as a town meeting warrant article?
I think we said that we would be asking for additional funds for paving and sidewalks. And I think what we presented at the last meeting was, if we got additional money, these are the streets that we would likely do. I don't know that we would recommend going to town meeting with specific roads.
Right. I didn't think so, and I don't see it in the current warrant articles. Okay. So that was just a recommendation if there was.
If we had additional money, the streets that we would do would be the ones that were shared on the packet at the last meeting.
Okay. All right. Carlo.
Can I ask Mark a question? Are you, so I understand, are you advocating, I heard you say 1.1, 1.2. So would you not support this slide right here, or?
I would not support 1.5. I would not. I think that it's, we're trying to increase this number when we don't need to. We have a plan that kind of has a PCI rating, a maintenance plan that we already have. We're getting additional funding somewhat regularly from the legislature, but it's not guaranteed. But I don't think we need another $500,000 per year. I think we need to kind of cover inflationary issues. My concern is that, as the famous statements go through, $300,000 here, $300,000 there. After a while, you start talking about some real money. I think they were talking about billions at the time when they made that statement. But there isn't a limitless source of funds. Where does this fit in the priorities? If 78 is where we have hoped to be for many years, and we're there, other than inflationary issues, that's where I think we ought to be.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that, but I think the inflationary issues are real.
Exactly, which is why I think we need to rethink. It isn't really $1 million going forward. It's going to need to be kind of a capital planning process that we go through. That's going to require some increases, unless and until the legislature says, yeah, we're going to guarantee you 700,000, not 600,000.
Okay, yeah, who wants to spend more money than we have to? But I think there's a lot more in our packet than what was on the screen. And as far as what Ryan, who deals with this every day, I want to trust that the ask is reasonable, but I guess we can debate that, but.
Yeah. But I think, Ryan, you have a slide, I think that's in the consultant's presentation, that says $1 million would roughly maintain the PCI as if it was $1 million of real buying power, is the way I understood it.
Well, yeah, that's the difference. It's not.
Yeah, so
That's why we ended up running these new projections. I know they weren't in your packet, but for that particular reason, we know there's inflation, we know there's issues with buying power, so to speak, but that million that you saw in that packet, really, we run that now at this projection, you see we lose ground. The 1.3 sort of keeps us at where we're at, where that 1 million was, where that maintaining, right? So the blue line now is sort of your maintain line, if you want to look at it that way. Again, I show you the top end on the last slide, and I show you what we're currently at. You know, it's up for debate on what wants to be funded, but I'm just showing you the range, right? So if you want to get into the lower 80s or anything like that, you know, that's currently right now, the projection as it is right now, we're at a 1.5. Now, to get into that low 80, you know, we say high 70s, low 80s. Those are really, that's the sweet spot, right? So I didn't really go above that. There's no sense in showing a $2 million a year ask because it's just not feasible. It's not reasonable. Now, I just broke this down so you have the top range and you have the bottom range with the Chapter 90 only. In between is where you see last year's, the current 1.1, we start to drop down. The 1.3 maintains us. So I gave you a decrease and an increase on those two lines. That's all.
Yeah, I just want to be careful what we say to town meeting.
Yeah.
That's all.
So the slide you had showed a 1.5.
Yeah, I know, I
That's
know.
not the right approach here.
I'm not saying it is, but 1.1, 1.2 is not 1.3.
Well, I think I'm comfortable finding what the right,
Yeah,
what the
right.
right thing is
That's-
to maintain.
I just want to clarify what you were saying, that's all.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I think maintaining is what we really need to figure out how to do. What that number is, let's really calculate it.
Yeah.
Let's see what the legislature is giving us, let's make sure we know that number. And let's start planning, as part of our capital planning process, how do we make sure that we can do this? We don't pretend that it's 1 million, because it's not.
Right, that's all, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, Ryan.
Okay, next item, I think it will be relatively brief, just a little further discussion on the Reading Food Pantry's request for additional ARPA funds. Just as a reminder, at our last meeting, members of the Reading Food Pantry Board came to speak. They talked about a 30% increase in visits since 2022. Some of the campaigns that they've done for fundraising and awareness, also their establishment of a 501c3, and they're looking for grants. I think we had heard, and Fidel, your town manager's report includes a little bit of this, that there is some money remaining in ARPA, but we also needed to check on the amount of money that the health department needs to finish its community health needs assessment. So could you please walk us through those numbers?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll throw that section of the memo on the screen just so everybody can see it. So the essentially the select board allocated $250,000 in early 2022 for COVID mitigation. That is funding the community health needs assessment. That line has $73,000 left in it. Out of the remaining 73, we will be using $40,000 to complete the community health needs assessment. That leaves $33,000 on that line. After speaking with the public health director, again, it's more of we don't know what we don't know, right? And what's going to be needed in this line. So he was comfortable making some number up to $15,000 available from that $33,000 in case anything else was needed. I also in scrubbing the ARPA account, I did find that the select board allocated $25,000 towards due diligence of the Walgreens site. We obviously will not be needing any of the remaining funds. There is $16,966 in that line from the due diligence of the Walgreens site.
Thanks, Fidel. Questions or thoughts on that? Yeah, Carl.
Just a quick one, I wasn't here for the last meeting. Did they have a specific ask at the last meeting or just requested funds?
So they talked about a program that they run for gift cards, like to Market Basket and Stop and Shop. Their request was $28,000.
And that would be sufficient for how long? Like a year or several?
I think it was, I don't know the timeframe.
Yeah, I think that it wasn't a year. I think what happened is that we allocated money to them. It was like $30,000 originally that they thought might last for 2 years. And they ended up spending it in a matter of months. The need is just so great in the community right now. So I don't think there was a notion it would last a year. It would help them while they go out and try to do a lot of advanced fundraising. and now they're a 501c3, they can look for grant money, they can approach foundations, they can do a lot of other things. And I think they came in telling us that they knew they had to do that. They were looking for a way to kind of just to offer more support to the community in the short term.
Okay.
Chris?
Thanks, Jackie. As Fidel knocks my number off the screen that I was gonna, so the math on it looks like 16,000 and 15,000 is kind of where we're at. Is it 16,960?
32,000. If we're using what today said, can be, he's okay with 15.
Yes.
I guess my only caveat with all of that is just after seeing what Matera Cabin looks like and what their scenario is up there and people paying out of pocket, I would just like some portion of whatever's in here to go towards somewhat remediation of Matera Cabin up there. And then I'd be comfortable with the rest going to the food pantry. We just need to get an estimate or something to find out what the damage is and what we can do to, unless that becomes its own separate line item or something that has to get done. Because we can't buy a building and not take care of it.
Yep, sure. I'll get that to the select board.
Have there, thanks, have there been any other asks? Because this is not all we have left over, this is on the screen, or this is it.
That's it.
This is it.
That's it.
Or this is it, so we know conservation wants money, we know, Matera wants money, we know XYZ wants more money, who doesn't? But what, and this is a real need, but what other, has anyone else come, I can't remember anyone else coming before us. Other than maybe conservation, that's an annual thing, but having a need, and obviously trails, we give them money, but.
I think the tree, the phase 4 or something's gonna happen in the
Town
future.
forest?
I think that's a town meeting size request.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's big money. Yeah, okay.
Phil, do you have any input on others? I mean, we're not.
If you're asking who is gonna ask for money,
No, I mean, who's like formally,
in the last 90 days, this is the only person that has this is the only group that has come before us to ask for ARPA funds.
I think we did an additional funding in the spring, like April and May, to the Conservation Commission, Town Forest Trails. I think there might have been one other, but not from ARPA.
Right, it's the select board.
Right.
and let's say hypothetically that after this initial, 32,000, there's still money left over. Can that, right, let's just say, hopefully, we have some more money left over, can that be, I don't wanna say given to us, but allocated to?
So the select board is the body that allocates ARPA funds. So,
Right, but I mean, we have a $25,000 budget, or 15.
20.
20?
$20,000 budget, yeah, every year.
Right, 20, okay.
And ARPA funds must be allocated by year end 24?
Year end 24, that's right. That's right.
The only apprehension I have, sorry, is that, and who knows what's gonna be said about this when I say it, but I'm worried about giving maybe too much that they don't do enough to get more. You know what I mean? I'm just, I know there's a need, but I think if we give them 28 and they sit back even a little bit longer than they should have, instead of, I don't know, I don't have the answer, but that's kind of my way of thinking of it, is that, a kid asks for $100, your kid asks for, you give him $300, you go, oh, that's probably not a good idea. They need to work for it and they need to, do things for it, so I don't know when this nonprofit was exactly formed, or like what have they done? Is it recent, like weeks, or has it been months?
It's May of this year.
Yeah, so I I'm not privy to their discussions and what they're trying to organize, but I think if they reached out to the community would support it. So I don't know what their plans are, so I kind of want to see a plan from them, so we don't, next year they come back to us, oh, we need another 30 grand. And then we look like jerks not giving it to them.
I don't think there'll be 30 grand next year.
Well, I don't know.
No, I mean, like, in general, we're not gonna have that money.
It is fun.
Yeah.
I think also, maybe it'd be great to ask them to come talk to us about how it's going and kind of answer some of the questions that you're raising. I left with the impression that the need is dramatic. And they really thought that the initial money we gave them would last for a couple of years. But that 30% increase just grabbed it right away. To Chris's point, 30 grand isn't gonna sustain them for, 28 grand isn't gonna sustain them for very long. I don't think that they could be kind of saying, okay, well, we have more time. I think that the need in the community is very high. And fundraisers and all sorts of ideas is what they talked about. That's what needs to happen. They need to raise substantial funds. I asked them to try to figure out, what kind of, how much are they spending a month in general, and they didn't
Right.
give an estimate on that.
They didn't.
But did not, but it's, I mean, I'm sure they could, they didn't come in prepared with a number. I think it's pretty high. I think, well, obviously it's everything they have, but, what do they have? In order to serve this community, they need more funds. And this, I think, is a stopgap to make sure that things don't go to zero for whatever period of time we're able to fund them.
I mentioned at the last meeting as well, it's just like they need an injection for them to keep going. I forget what else I meant. Oh, I mentioned the volunteers, and we have to do something dramatic to get volunteers to kind of wanna, join the various boards and committees. We have to shock the system. They have to do the same thing with this, because the way that it wasn't here, that they're out of money like as soon as I'm done talking right now. So I don't know how they continue in perpetuity. To your point, we have to see a game plan, because we
And that's the
might be able to
problem.
give you the money,
That's the
but
problem.
we're gonna know that you're gonna, you have this, and this that you're gonna do. We feel comfortable,
They're gonna be good stewards of the money.
Yeah.
That's, I'm not trying to be mean, but,
If I could, I don't think it's an issue of good stewards of the money. I think it's more, there's a new reality, which is the need is high. We were able to offer some support, and that's great, but they need to reach out to the community, and the community needs to respond. That's the only way they're gonna be able to sustain them, is that activity. And look, it's sad, the community needs it. A 30% increase is dramatic. They've used all their funds. They need to raise more. They need to figure that out.
So Fidel, perhaps we can have some of the members of the board come back, give us a little more input on their activities for fundraising and their plan for how they would use any additional funding.
They mentioned that they were gonna be at the street fair, so we can kind of see what happened with that.
Yeah. Okay. All right, next item is the presentation by the Reading Pickleball Players Association. Before you start, just as a preface, I see we have a brand new presentation just emailed to the select board tonight. I also see a number of these cards indicating support for dedicated pickleball courts at Simon's Way, now. So take it away, Ms. Manning.
Thank you. My name is Eileen Manning, and I am one of the board members of the Reading Pickleball Players Association. We have several other board members here and lots of pickleball aficionados as well. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you tonight. And we are a 501c3 that was formed this year, looking to advocate for and help fund permanent lighted pickleball courts in Reading. And we know we've got a few steps along the way to get there. Next slide, please. What we've done this year, just to give you a little background, to introduce ourselves to the community and figure out exactly how many pickleball players we have out there, is we held a pickleball community day to kick off our organization, where we had nearly 200 people playing pickleball at the field house in 2 sessions, with lots of people asking how they can play and where they can sign up for lessons and things like that. We also participated in Unity Day at the high school. And we had 4 active courts of high schoolers playing pickleball, and that was facilitated by some of our board members. We've also hosted a booth at Friends and Family Day, as well as now the Fall Street Fair, where we had a little pickleball game people could try out, and had lots of people again looking for information on where to play and how to get more involved. Next slide, please. So pickleball growth has been explosive across the country, as we know, and we've certainly seen it on the courts in Reading. There's been 159% growth in the past 3 years, according to the Sports and Fitness Industry Association. It's a significant recreational and social activity for the folks that play. It is something that is a great draw for older active adults. You know, we have a large senior population playing, and we're seeing great growth in younger populations as well. And many Massachusetts towns have seen the same experience and have been putting in dedicated pickleball courts over the past 5 years. Our neighbors Woburn, Wilmington, and Wakefield have all added courts recently. Next slide, please. So in Reading, we have our goal to help with those permanent lighted pickleball courts, and we have a dedicated community of over 400 players who are regularly playing pickleball in the town, as well as a number of casual players. I know you can see their passion in the number of cards that you've got there. It looks like you've got a stack of probably close to 200 if I had to guess. I don't know if you've got a count on them, of folks that are really looking for how do we deal with this court constraint. You know, it's limiting residents being able to have a more, you know, healthy, active lifestyle in their chosen sport. Next slide, please. So we currently, most of the play in town is on the pickleball courts or the pickleball tennis courts at Memorial Park. And those courts are over capacity each morning and evening during the peak hours. At 6 a.m., those courts get posted each day and they are gone within minutes. Lots of folks within town are trying to help get other people onto those courts as they book them by posting them in places like Playtime Scheduler to try to create more opportunity for play. But it's still a very high demand, and there's, you know, folks that just can't get the opportunity to play. There are also some very basic substandard painted lines on asphalt at the Birch Meadow complex, where, you know, some folks will play there. They are really for a lighter game. You know, you can't have much of a competitive game there based on both the surface and how close together the courts are. Those courts will be taken away by the Birch Meadow Phase 2 plan. So there used to be courts in the plan for Phase 2. They were taken out in June, and there's not a plan to replace them there. That will reduce the availability of courts in town at a time where we're seeing significant growth and we are already constrained. The Recreation Department and the Reading Pickleball Players Association has looked extensively through town trying to find sites where there can be pickleball courts. There isn't a place right now that you could easily do line a tennis court or something like that, where there's not a significant, you know, concern of them being too close to houses or, you know, other neighborhood concerns like parking for pickleball to just be easily placed there. Okay, next slide, please. So Simon's Way has been identified as the only location that meets the need for pickleball courts within Reading. It is a safe distance from home, there's enough space there that it's not going to create significant noise or parking issues for a neighborhood. The Burbank Ice Arena Authority has made a preliminary offer to us where they were willing to use a portion of their parking lot. That's conversation started with, hey, maybe we could just put down some pavement and we'll park on it during the winter and you can play there. It doesn't give us a safe, appropriate court to play on, to handle it by just throwing down some asphalt and painting some lines. And as we've talked with boards in town, such as the Simon's Way Committee and the Recreation Committee, and talked with the ice rink, we've discussed what could we do on a temporary basis. We recognize that the town's not at the point where they're ready to make a permanent decision on courts right now. However, if we can, on a more temporary or interim basis, create a safe playing surface with athletic asphalt and not something that's gonna have cars parked on it during the winter, the ICE authority has said, based on the footprint we're looking at, they can live without that additional parking. It's just a few days a year that they have to worry about it. They don't need us to figure out how to replace that. They'll take care of that. So looking at a small enough footprint and a, sort of good athletic surface with just the basic fencing so that this isn't a significant project, we think we have a workable plan. So it's minimal site work and changes to the property. And if we go to the next slide, this shouldn't disrupt the long-term plans that you may have for this property. You can see where we're talking about siting those courts, the 8 blue rectangles there. They're butted up right against the Burbank Ice Arena, which creates a nice sound barrier to the rest of the neighborhood. There's parking along the side there as well. If we go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. You can see the size of this is fairly small compared to the full area. This, I believe, is a slide from the RFI sent out by SWEC that shows what, their charge is and where all the buildable land is that would be used. This is tucked right in next to the building and is a fairly small footprint. Next slide, please. And then here we have a closer look at what the courts would look like. There's currently, we're not at this point asking for lighting, we're not asking for temporary or permanent nets, so there wouldn't be any, holes put in here to put in nets. There's an existing light here that could stay, there wouldn't be any change to that setup. And there's just barrier fencing around the court to keep it a safe playing area so that, there wouldn't be cars pulling right up to it or balls heading out into the parking lot. Next slide, please. So what our request is to meet this pressing demand for pickleball courts in Reading and to mitigate that loss of courts that we're going to see within the Birch Meadow Phase 2 plan, to pursue using part of that Burbank Ice Arena Authority parking lot for pickleball courts in 2024 while a future plan for the Simons Way property is developed. Can we go to the next slide, please? So we seek your input on our best approach to make this happen. We have included here a draft warrant for the article if we could put this into the November town meeting. And what we're asking is to see if the town would vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds or otherwise provide a sum of sums not to exceed $200,000 to pay to build 8 temporary outdoor pickleball courts on the land adjacent to the Burbank Ice Arena off Simons Way. We do have a estimate for the cost that comes in, around $170,000. We believe this can be accomplished within, that price and within a relatively short time frame. In addition to a warrant article, we would obviously need the select board's approval of an amendment to the ice arena's lease to allow them to have pickleball courts on the property. The property that we're looking at is something that's currently in the long-term lease with the ice arena and is not at all touching any of the newly acquired property. Next slide, please. So this is where the $172,000 pricing comes from for those 8 temporary pickleball courts. One of our board members, Joe McHugh, was asked by the ice arena to get some sort of scope as to what does this look like and how much would it cost as we're going through this, and he can speak to those quotes if you have any questions.
Jackie, can I ask a
Oh,
comment?
yeah, are you,
Yeah, so
okay,
okay.
great. Yes, Mark, go ahead.
Thanks, Jackie. So one more general question, then one a little bit more specific. So how much pickleball is indoor versus outdoor? And I think the answer is gonna be both, but I just wanna make sure I understand. And do we have any places where there is some indoor activity so that you get 4 seasons, not just 3 or 2.5?
So personally, I would describe pickleball as an outdoor activity that you play inside when you have to.
Okay.
And we have had some opportunity within the schools to put down temporary lines and play some pickleball indoors during the winter to keep our addiction going.
Okay, great. Second question, so let me take a step back too. So first of all, this is great, it's very well thought out, and seeing what's going on. I had been approached by some members talking about, permanent, let's do it right now, and I really appreciate the notion of let's understand that we're looking at a long-term plan. This is kind of in the potentially buildable space at Simon's Way, and it may be that there are reasons that's not the perfect location for those courts, given the other building plans. All that said, it seems that having the pickleball courts away from residential areas is really what has to be. That as far as the town of Reading is concerned, that's one of only 2 places that can probably accommodate that, in fact, maybe one of 1. And so
I'm interested to hear what the other one is.
well, I don't
Town forest. 75 Beaver Road, I think, somewhere over there.
Yeah, that might be an interesting spot, actually.
There,
That
Mark?
you should check who lives there before you say that.
Oh, wait, is that Halsey, not you?
Wrong house, wrong house.
Which one of you?
He's not gonna tell
Not
you.
that one.
Okay, whatever, right on the corner.
Not that one.
All right.
So,
110?
So thanks folks for coming, thanks for sharing. I love the idea of doing something and soon and accommodating what we may learn pretty quickly at Simon's Way. I did understand there was some interest and ability potentially to raise some funds that would support things as opposed to kind of asking the town to put in all $200,000 to support this bid. Is that still something that is in consideration, or where do we stand on that?
Where we would be able to provide funding here is what is not included in these prices is any of the nets or any of the interior temporary style fencing that we would put up, and likely a storage box as well. So we are willing to attempt to raise some funds, but in reality, we know our ability to do that will be significantly dampened by the temporary nature of these courts. That there will be concerns from folks to raise significant money to do that. That's at least the feedback that we've gotten. So yes, we're happy to kick in and figure out what we can get. I think that's gonna look like the pieces that can move to somewhere else.
And there was a discussion about the appropriate coding. Is this that appropriate coding that's here?
Yes.
So if, for example, the discussion was, no, these are the permanent courts, we'd be seeing the same information, basically.
So as, you wanna talk to this, Joe?
Well, this is based
Sir,
on
can you
cost for
please come up so the owl can see you? Thank you, camera.
Joe and Q.
Yep.
This is based on a four code system. You can do as many as 12. So this is kind of the minimum of the acrylic system, but it's still safe and it's still very good.
Okay, thank you, that clarifies. Thanks, I mean, I think that the notion of doing something near term, at least for the short term, makes great sense. And depending on how the process goes at Simon's Way, speed and kind of the things that come in there, it may dovetail, or I'm not sure if it will. I would feel very uncomfortable precluding the opportunity for someone to do something on a larger scale at Simon's Way, if we kind of block them. And that's my only hesitance, to not say, hey, this is the right thing right now, let's go.
Chris?
Thanks, Jack. I think to Mark's point, since this is being built on Burbank's existing property that we have zero control over for the next 20 years, I don't think that this is going to impact the right-hand side of Simon's Way that everyone's been discussing. I don't see how that it could, because Burbank could just not do anything for 20 years and no pickleball courts ever get built, no whatever else gets built. So I think seeing that they have acquiesced to this, giving up something and not getting anything in return, as far as I can tell, I don't see what would be the downside to doing this. I'm under the complete other mindset. I don't want temporary anything for 172 if permanent is going to be what? 200? Like, what is the number of permanent instead? Like, how much did you scale this back to not do permanent?
Well, this is not lighted, so I don't have the figures for what the lighting would be. Interior fencing and probably some additional exterior fencing as well. It wouldn't be that much more.
Yeah, because Burbank is right there. The lighting to me seems easier than anything else that could be done kind of scenario. But I'm not an electrician, so whatever. But to me, I wouldn't want to see something temporary for 172, but maybe 225 gets you permanent. And by doing that, I believe at SWEC or something, I asked the same question. If you had the 8 pickleball courts here at Burbank, would you want any portion of the other part of Simon's Way or to be included in those discussions going forward? Would you want more than 8? Or would you be happy with the 8?
I believe the 8 meets the demand for the foreseeable future. We're not looking for more courts beyond
Yeah.
this.
So that's my mindset, as well as you are now taking pickleball out of the equation for the other part of Simon's Way, which then is going to open it up for soccer, whatever else kind of, it's going to leave the blueprint for whoever's designing the other part of Simon's Way to do something else with. The community will gain something else. Because Burbank isn't putting soccer nets and everything behind there, they're just doing pickleball. So I'd rather go for the permanent aspect. I know this is what you're going to because this seems like it's the easier pill to swallow. But for me, I'd rather just see it permanent. Burbank has what, 130,000 Fidel or something? How much are we getting back this year from them?
We haven't heard officially a number yet. I've heard rumors, so estimates maybe of over $100,000 this year. We have $375,000 in the fund right now. So entering town meeting, we have $375,000, and I've heard that it's we will be getting an additional $100,000 this year.
I guess Carl has a question. Like,
Yes.
Good evening, Carl McFadden. I'm your liaison, as you're well aware, for Burbank. And there's a couple things. There's a lot of decisions being made. We're looking at 115 to 120, based on the auditors, hopefully, thereabouts, just little rounding errors. One option that I put out there, hang on, let me step back in terms so everyone understands. Nelson Burbank donated this, came up with this brilliant idea of a public-private partnership. But his vision, shall we say, was that any money the rink generates, don't count on it, but anything that comes about goes into recreational activities, fixing playgrounds, whatever the case may be. During difficult financial times, the town kind of just threw it into the general fund to offset, fire, police, teachers. Completely understand that. Well, now the town's in tremendous financial shape. It would be great for us to honor what Nelson's original request was. Any profit from the rink goes to recreational activities like this. In theory, in our agreement, Burbank Arena doesn't have to give the town a certain amount every single year. It's whatever we have that's above the 375. Now it's actually tied into CPI, so it's like $400,000. Anything above that, we return to the town. In theory, we could, meaning we, Burbank, we could do it for a hell of a lot cheaper than 172 because you guys got to pay prevailing wage. We're a private entity. We can negotiate and hammer it down and do it for much less than that. We could just do the project if we had your blessing. In terms of if you guys were like, all right, do the project so that you don't have to touch your debt service or any of that type of stuff or touch free cash. Burbank Arena could just do it. I made it perfectly clear, the board was all over this. The times we need the rink is Wednesday at 8 o'clock in December 15th to February 15th on Saturday nights at 8 o'clock. I don't believe you're gonna be playing pickleball in the middle of January at 8 o'clock at night in the dark. I don't foresee that being an issue. But Fidel and I did have a conversation in the past, St. Athanasius across the street, across Haven Street. People, whenever we've had a big hockey game, we've actually used that to park. It's never an issue, people walking across the street, because we always have the police detail there, stopping traffic, there's a light there anyways, just to make sure everyone can get there, so that's not an issue. Except for that, we don't need that back parking lot area at all, so I don't want people thinking there's a lot of activities that we need the whole place, just so that everyone's aware. So, in terms of funding, if you guys wanted to handle it, it would be great if you just said, all right, whatever we get from the rink can go towards this project and honor Nelson's wishes, and you're, whatever, 75% of the way there. Or if you guys talk amongst yourselves and say, let Burbank handle it, then we could probably get the whole thing done. Just something to think about, not to muddy the waters. I know you're on a deadline with warrants and all that type of stuff, but that's not a big number if it's done privately, because it'll be a much smaller number. So that's just my 2 cents.
If I could ask Fidel, so Ivrea sent us a memo on the whole legality of whatever. Are we able to negotiate, so the 375 or 400 or whatever that Carl is mentioning, are we allowed to spend that on any recreation kind of stuff that deals with the ice arena, or what is that money used for?
So the last time that the town used those funds was for the purchase of the property across the street. That was in 2019. Since 2019, the town has not used any of those funds. So every year the funds come in. I guess since then, since 2019, they accumulate in a revolving fund that basically transfers every year. Those funds have to be appropriated by town meeting, and they require a 2/3 vote.
So are we legally allowed to say, Burbank, you can now spend the money that you gave us to do the project that he's mentioning?
Sorry,
Because if it's 172,
that's a different question. If you're saying, can town meeting appropriate money, whatever that money is, and then we write a check to someone else?
or no, how can, like Carl had mentioned, if he can get this done for 150, whatever, we'll just say 150 for the sake of saying 150. If they can do it for 150, how do we say, Burbank, here is your 150? So we get a discount off whatever the money is, like how is that legal that we can do it? Does Carl know?
We haven't given anything yet.
No, but there's a fund that has the money from Burbank already in it.
That fund is our fund. It's a rainy day fund.
Oh, all right.
So that's ours to fix a roof, locker rooms, whatever the case may be. Anything above that, in this case, 150, 120,000, we return to the town. We haven't turned it back yet.
Okay.
We gotta finish the audit to get the official number.
For this year, right? But anytime that the authority does turn money back, what we do is it goes into a holding account essentially. That it's sitting there until town meeting makes an appropriation.
So what did we do with the money that Burbank's given us in the last 3 years?
It is sitting there.
So we
It's sitting there.
purchased some land? like-
In 2019, right? So that's the last time that town meeting has appropriated any funds since 2019.
So to Carl's point, like having Nelson wanting to go towards recreation, this is clearly for recreation. If we're not doing it for other recreation stuff, like fixing playgrounds or whatever else he mentioned, and Burbank Phase 2 is getting done over there, I don't see what the downside to us just doing this, especially with us taking away courts at Birch Meadow. I mean, there's not enough, this is standing room only currently in here with the amount of people that, like, we've only seen that one other time and it wasn't a good time for anybody. So just to see the support that they have here on such a minute number in the grand scheme of things, I don't see how we just don't find a way to do this in the most cost-effective way possible. If that's Carl getting some other way that is 150, 130, whatever it ends up being, and it's permanent, call it a day, and then deal with the other SWEC land that can be still used for whatever SWEC was gonna do. The charge for SWEC is not behind Burbank. It's for the right-hand side, top left-ish corner kind of scenario. It's never gonna impact that. And then pickleball's out of the equation, soccer, skate park, whatever else someone wants to design. They don't have to worry about 8 courts anymore. I don't see how this isn't a win-win at all for, I don't know. I've taken up enough time explaining. I mean, I'm just more for permanence instead of temporary.
There you go, I'll go last.
So, if I understand SWEC's charge correctly, actually, it's both the left side and the right side. And conceivably, it's anything other than existing structure of the ice arena. I appreciate that the ice arena has control of the lease of the land. We don't. However, the point of doing this more broadly is to see what's the best possible opportunity that could be there, right? Maybe it has nothing to do with behind the ice arena at the end of the day.
Legally, you can't.
Well, again, we already know that there's flexibility, that we're all trying to figure out what's the best thing for the town, right? So that's, should pickleball courts be somewhere here? I think the answer is gonna be absolutely yes. To say they're here, and if that suddenly came out and precluded us doing some new structure there, I think we'd feel a little silly saying, yikes, we didn't do a great thing here by not waiting just a little bit longer. That's the reason for the timing question. It may be that we find out pretty quickly from the RFI about more information that would help us, answer some of these questions. That'd be great. It's in process. It's almost here. It's gonna be back in 4 weeks, 5 weeks. We're gonna have a lot more information in 5 weeks. We do have to close a warrant, however, in the meantime. So how do we kind of figure all these things into here? It'd be lovely to have it permanent. I just don't want to be suddenly realizing that, wow, we now can't have a building that kind of, or a beautiful partnership structure that takes up part of that land because we made a decision on something. That's my concern. The money, I think we figure out how to do it. They are town funds. I don't think there's an opportunity to, as a town, I think we have to do things as a town. So that would be prevailing wage kinds of things. I don't think there's any issue on that, truthfully. But that's a legal issue. We can let, town council come back. Yeah.
So are you fine with the RFI coming back and then seeing how we can work out something where it's done the way that Carl had mentioned kind of scenario, meaning RFI stuff comes back, everything's good, we missed town meeting with their request that they asked, but now we can go ahead and no, town meeting would still have to ascribe the money. So it's a lose.
Yeah, any money is town meetings. Go.
Do we have any ARPA money?
Couple $3,000 maybe.
Yeah.
That is our concern, missing the fund allocation. We don't feel like we can get this, but while I would love to have those permanent courts, we don't feel like we can get that decision made quickly enough for this funding cycle.
If I had to venture a guess, and I've been wrong before, I don't see that this would not pass town meeting at this number. My hesitation is I don't want to make something temporary when we could have made it permanent for 10% more of something. I think this is just a kind of let's do it to do it because now we can get it. I think it would pass, but I'm more under the permanent thing, but I guess something's better than nothing.
Well, we spent a significant amount of time, as a committee within pickleball, looking at, what can we do with it? We didn't want to compromise to something that was a throwaway and really, people weren't going to use, like just the tar down with lines on it. That wasn't going to meet the need. And we really looked at what can we take out, what can we make sure that we have, a safe, usable playing area. And really that surface is important, but it doesn't have permanent, stanchions in to put nets in. That's something that would be an additional cost over that. It doesn't mean it's not something that could eventually be done at that site. We were quite conscious of that as well, to say, if we reach the point where this can be a permanent site, there are upgrades we can make to improve that, and that's lighting and permanent nets and, a much more significant fencing.
And it's laid out in such a way that we could alter it and make it permanent, reasonably easy.
You could just do solar lighting,
Solar lighting.
Yeah, it's,
So Fidel informs me that Karen has her hand up. So Karen, if you could please unmute.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for all the work that the Reading Pickleball Association has done. It's very helpful to understand what the costs involved with even a temporary installation are. So I appreciate the effort, and I know you've been putting a lot into it, and you're very enthusiastic, so I appreciate that. So my concerns, I have a number of concerns at this point, and tonight we're just having a discussion. We are closing the warrant for November town meeting next week. These warrant articles have been in the works for months. So I don't know what kind of warrant article you're thinking about, but if the window has really closed for the select board to add another warrant article, in my opinion. And the reason that is because it puts a lot of pressure on staff and the related committees. One of the things I'd like to hear tonight as before we generally approve warrant articles, we will hear from the relative official boards and committees who will maintain them. So we haven't heard that, and generally the finance committee needs to see this, and there's a lot. So the process here, I know you're enthusiastic, but this window really isn't available for a capital plan addition and a warrant article asking the taxpayers to pay $200,000 for November. Now, that's not to say that April couldn't be a possibility. So that's one issue, and that is when we put articles on the warrant, we start 6 to 8 months, even a year before, because that's what it takes to get this done. And I know it's slow, but that's how it works. But beyond that, we have a capital plan. So when we're talking about capital expenditures of this amount, these, correct me if I'm wrong, Fidel, we have tennis courts that have been on the capital plans for a number of years that are similarly priced. So what we don't do is approve warrant articles that jump capital plan. That is not good policy making. So that's another concern I have. So, but this would, since you're not talking about, in discussions I've had with citizens and members of the Pickleball Association, I've heard about all of this fundraising that would be done. So what I'm hearing now is we're not going to do any fundraising. We just want the taxpayers to invest $200,000 in courts for us. So that's a very different proposition, and one that is not to be taken lightly. There's a lot of things that could be done with $172,000, $200,000. So, I think Mark alluded to some of these issues earlier, and that's, he's absolutely correct. We are very careful with our taxpayer dollars. So, and that is why the process takes a little time. We haven't heard tonight, if anyone from the rec committee was able to join in, I would love to hear, anything that we create that is a recreation facility is generally managed by our rec committee and our rec department. So that is part of the process of getting these projects funded and done in this town. So I would love to hear from them. And there is also the matter of the Burbank lease. And it is not a small matter that the Burbank board needs to work with the select board to get the lease amended. And if we're going to amend the lease to allow them to sublet part of the 4.5 acres owned by the taxpayers, then it is certainly an opportunity to take a look at the broader picture as to how the rink is being maintained now that it's 30 years old, and whether timely financial reports are being filed with the Attorney General's office, and whether the 501c status is being properly maintained, whether board meetings that are being conducted as they are advertised in the bylaws, or are, sorry, I didn't mean to say advertised. The board is supposed to meet 4 times a year, and they're supposed to have an annual meeting the second week in August. I know everyone's busy. They haven't even had a chance to have that meeting yet. So I don't want everyone in this room and the folks watching at home to think that a simple amendment to this Arena Ice Authority lease, of which the select board is the signer and the landlord, is a simple matter. It really isn't. So that's another thing that really talks about, why these things take time to get done. Even the best projects in town take time to get completed. So I think those are the key points. That the fact that it's really too late to add financial articles to the November town meeting, and they need to be part of the capital plan, because that is our process. And there's the whole issue of the fact that we are in a lease with the Burbank Ice Arena, which does not allow them to sublet the use of the 4.5 acres or the building to any other property without working with the select board. So just not to say that, again, I think I said at the beginning when I started speaking, I very much appreciate the research you've done, and it is really important, and it's a value add, and I understand there's a strong demand for pickleball in this town. Another question I have, at this point, should we recognize the fact that, and correct me if I'm wrong, should we recognize the fact that the tennis courts at Memorial Park are no longer tennis courts, they are pickleball courts? Should we recognize that? Because I realized we had to have a change of plan over at Birch Meadow, and I like the dog park. I understand the challenge is finding suitable opportunities to expand our opportunities for our pickleball players. So, all of these questions, I'd like to make sure that we get answered. And I'm really glad we're having this discussion tonight, and I thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Could I address some?
Sure.
Specific to the fundraising, we have not indicated that we won't raise any funds. At no point had we indicated we would ever be able to raise all the funds to pay for this. There was always going to be a town component to it. And we are still willing to put a full push in for permanent pickleball courts. We know our ability to raise money for temporary will be dampened by that, and we won't get as much, but we will certainly make the effort, as I said earlier. As far as the pickleball and tennis courts at Memorial Park, Reading Recreation does book them for tennis during the spring, at least a few evenings a week, so they are still used for tennis, and they can still be booked for tennis. Can I ask a question about the capital plan? My understanding is, as a new project, this certainly ever wouldn't have been on the capital plan. So what is the process that you would add something that's a completely new project?
We are talking about the capital plan at 9:30.
Yeah, it's like quarter of it.
It's been that for a while. But is that where we were supposed to
It was a serious question, sorry.
Right, so
Yeah,
is that
no,
where, you know-
sorry, in the packet tonight, the capital plan for the town is attached. I mean, it is a juggling act, I'll say. I mean, it is based on a lot of conversations, with staff and boards. What is the process of getting a new project on the plan? I mean, I think this is certainly a start for sure, but there is not one roadmap to get on the plan. I mean, and just one example, Birch Meadow has been on the capital plan for about 6 years, I think. I mean, so that there is not a clear answer that I can share with you tonight, unfortunately.
And Karen, we did approach the Recreation Committee, who is, aware of this proposal. We had asked to be on their agenda yesterday and they were not able to put us on their agenda. Well, we didn't ask yesterday, we asked a couple weeks ago, the meeting was yesterday.
No, that's good. That's absolutely the appropriate thing to do. What you wanna do is have boards and committees, supporting your initiative. And you wanna have the same story and the same plan for everybody that you speak to in town. And that is the best way to get everyone on board if you need to go to town meeting. And when it comes to appropriating money, you definitely need to go to the finance committee and to town meeting. So, and Fidel's absolutely correct. There isn't a prescribed one way to do it, but you need to hit all of those buckets.
Harlan.
Me, oh, thank you. This has been an ongoing problem. I'm new to pickleball, and a little over a year ago, if this same audience was here, I wouldn't know any of these people. Now I have their names, and it says PB or pickleball is their last name, right? But I don't need that anymore. But in the beginning, you don't know. I know who Marianne is, and Joe, and Dick, and Peter, and Jack. I mean, it's just, there's not many sports that do that. I played tennis, strictly pickleball now, but we in Reading, where Karen described the process and is accurate. But I think this is a unique situation where we have the ice arena willing to step up and help the situation, and I see no reason that these can't turn into permanent with some modifications down the road, with lights and better fencing, but 8 would be ideal. Memorial Park has been helpful, and I know that's relatively new to Reading as far as pickleball lines over tennis lines. Many communities do that, and a lot of communities are getting dedicated pickleball courts, and there's clearly not enough in New England, in my opinion, after playing over a year. But yeah, Karen, I don't know if you saw it when the draft warrant article draft was up on the screen, but I see no reason that we can't have it part of the warrant, and then we get to November town meeting and we table it. That's my opinion on that. But it's a unique situation that Burbank's involved. If Burbank wasn't involved, I would say, the timing's not right, but I think where we amend the lease, and I don't think it would be that difficult. It would take some time, but we could amend the lease for this specific purpose. And I think, we've in the net gain and loss, what Chris referred to as, Birch Meadow, from the master plan, taking those 8 lighted courts away from that. Never mind the non-usable courts that are there now at Birch Meadow that I would never play on, and most of us here would never play on. It's just not safe. And you have to bring your own nets, which is not a big deal. So taking that out of the Birch Meadow Phase 2, when that gets funded, and then we're left with nothing. So even though we're calling this temporary or interim, maybe is a better word, I think with a small amount of money, they could be permanent if that's the right location. A lot of good questions have been asked tonight, but if Carl and the board weren't on board with this, I would be thinking a different way. With Carl and the board willing to do this in the spirit of Nelson Burbank and the spirit of recreation, I think we should move forward. It might not be as fast as everyone wants, but we know this is the right area for pickleball. We just know it. It's kind of, that debate's kind of been exhausted. So we just have to find, is this interim temporary fix gonna be turned to permanent, or is it really temporary? I don't have an answer for that. Obviously, neither does the RPPA, but it's a step in the right direction, and the demand's only going to increase, unfortunately. So I'd like to as a board, move forward as best we can to help these guys out and help the greater community. It's not just people sitting in the room. It's those postcards, it's people learning, every recreation department that offers pickleball lessons they're gone in a minute. If you're not there whenever that opens to have beginner lessons, it's literally gone within a minute. And those are only several times a year. So I think we need to do something, and I guess it's up to the five of us how to proceed. That's it.
Thanks, Carl. So thank you, Eileen, for these,
Said one thing, the pickleball courts were in Birch Meadow Phase 2. They were removed from that, so it's not as though they were never in the capital plan. They were in there as part of Birch Meadow Part 2.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Eileen. This was really helpful, and I've heard from a few folks over the last week or so on this. So a couple of questions. Are the Memorial Park courts fee-based? Do people have to pay to use them?
No, they're free for Reading residents. I believe there is a fee if someone who's not a Reading resident books the court during certain hours, but I don't have all the details on that.
Only to reserve.
And then,
To reserve the court. The reality is, I don't know that they would ever manage to get it between 6 AM and, 6:02.
so, I must confess, I'm not an ice skater. Do Reading residents or the general public have to pay to use the ice arena? And
Yes.
yes, okay. I thought so, and I guess my point with this is there a way, if we were to move forward, regardless of its, through this vehicle or some other one, I would like to see us defray some of costs, or at least think about the potential for defraying some costs.
I believe the Reading Recreation Department
Yep.
has plans to offer lessons or pickleball clinics
Yeah.
where they would raise revenue.
Or
from the
tournaments or
sports.
something like that as a way to just raise some revenue, okay.
I like that idea, Jackie. I didn't think of raising money that way that you just mentioned.
Well, I guess what made me think of it was that I know the Reading Rec, assesses a fee to, for tournaments and for, certain uses, not all, but certain uses of the
Yeah,
rec.
We'd certainly like to see them, free and available for regular play.
Yeah.
and-
Okay. Next question, and I think I know the answer to this. Is it the case that SWEC's kind of coverage of the pickleball use in the area in which they have authority is part of the RFI generally? Has there been some sense from SWEC's work of where pickleball falls in the, proposed uses over there? Was that just not something?
Well, I think so. The RPBA came before us several months ago, before the RFI was even formalized.
Yeah.
And the committee, I think unanimously decided that until the RFI was issued and responded to, that we really couldn't allocate any specific area to pickleball per se, knowing that that's the right area for pickleball.
Okay.
But Burbank wasn't part of the conversation then. That land behind the ice rink, the parking lot.
Yeah.
So these folks that are sitting over here have done a lot of work since then to work with Fidel and Carl and the board to kind of move this forward. So yes, as a committee, and just like Stephen Cool wants to take a small portion of land for the dog park over there, I think until the RFI comes back to see the level of interest and the scope of interest on, is it just the 2.5 acres that are buildable? I'm calling it the Zani property that we bought specifically, that's buildable, never mind all the other acres that are not buildable. But now we expanded the charge, as you guys know, to include other areas. And, even though that's town-owned land, where Burbank sits, Burbank has a lease. So I think the willingness of Burbank and the Ice Arena Board to work with pickleball, and again, as one of the members just mentioned, it was in Phase 2 capital plan, Phase 2 of Birch Meadow as part of the capital plan, which is going to be discussed at town meeting or presented at town meeting in November, that why can't this be part of it? Because Phase 2 is going to happen. It's just a matter of funding it and when it's going to happen. So you know, we can keep kicking the can down the road and we can just keep stuffing people over at Memorial Park, but the neighborhoods didn't want pickleball in their backyards, and those are parks. So they acquiesced to that, not to cause any controversy. And I think personally that the tennis courts that have not been used at Sturgis and Barrows should have been dual line, but fine, I get the concern of the noise in parking, I get it. But I think we need to do something.
To frame the concern when we went to SWEC, we were originally looking for a land swap to replace the parking that we were taking from the Burbank Ice Arena with land that was part of SWEC's charge. So they didn't go for that. That was the point we were at when we were presenting to them.
Okay.
You know, in the interim, the footprint's gotten a little smaller, and Burbank has said we don't need the parking swapped. So
yeah,
and we're looking at a more temporary footprint.
Okay. So when, Fidel, does Finance Committee meet between now and, or between, for the rest of this month?
The Finance Committee is meeting on the 20th, so next week, and then on October 18th.
Okay. And so, and we've gotten advice that the Finance Committee must review town meeting warrant articles. Is that correct?
That is correct. And any financial matters go before the Finance Committee. That is the plan for the meeting of October 18th. So basically, at that point, the Finance Committee would review all the articles and vote their support or not support of any financial articles.
Okay. And they present their recommendations separately to ours, right, at town meeting?
Yep, at town meeting.
Okay. I guess one other proposal that I've heard floated and would love to get your reaction on is one of a citizen petition for this November's town meeting. Fidel, do you know offhand just generally what's required in the timeline for that?
Yeah, I checked with our town clerk today ahead of this meeting. Even though it's a citizen's petition, needs to be incorporated into the warrant that is closed by the select board, but it doesn't have to be supported by the select board. So if any 10 registered voters of Reading get together and sign a petition, the petition is on our website, then that article must be put on the warrant. The town clerk, of course, said that it would be great if that article could be received, or any petitions could be received by next Thursday, the 21st. That way, it could be incorporated into the warrant for the select board. For the select board's votes on the 26th. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, but we don't vote on select board or on citizen petitions.
No, there is no vote on a citizen petition.
So why does, and I'm not questioning, Laura's timeline here. God knows she's been, doing this really competently for a while, but why then is the deadline for a citizen petition even ahead of, is that by charter? I mean, is there, I guess what I'm asking is there flexibility in that? Because I see that this warrant, I mean, at least to my knowledge, the idea of even pursuing the warrant article path on this is somewhat new, right? I mean, certainly the pickleball demand is longstanding, certainly the shortage of courts is longstanding, but I'm trying to think about how we get a path for town meeting to make this decision.
Sure. If the select board were to close the warrant on September 26th.
Yep.
And on September 27th, we received a citizen's petition, then the select board has to meet to open the warrant.
Okay.
Incorporate that article and close it again. So that's something you can certainly do, and it's something that happened actually in April. I don't know if you recall where Bruce McKenzie incorporated two citizens petition after the select board close the warrant, and you have to have a meeting to basically essentially reopen the warrant and close it again. So it's a formality. I think it's if it could be done before September 21st, that would be great. If not, we'll deal with it.
Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to help us out there. I want to make sure that we know what our next steps are, because we have been bounced around a bit as we think we've got the right next step, and then here perhaps it's not the right next step. So the citizens petition by the 21st.
That is an option, certainly. I mean, the
I believe we can make that option. I think we can find that people.
Do it right now.
I think the something to talk about is that a modification to the lease would have to be made, right?
And that is fully in the select board's purview, correct?
That is between both parties,
Right, that is.
between the select board and the Berkman Ice Arena. Town council also noted that because we are paving land that is previously unpaved, a minor site review will have to be made by the planning commission, essentially, right? So by CPDC, by our community planning, CPDC, development committee, right? So yeah, I would suggest that any article is made, any construction is made contingent upon those happening.
How many signatures do you need on the petition?
At least 10, at least 10 registered voters in Reading, at least 10.
So is the CPDC something that we are then expected to go to, or is that a town process?
That's interesting, yeah.
That wouldn't be now.
It wouldn't be now.
That's later.
It wouldn't be now.
Your concerns are now. I mean, CPDC
Well-
is a board, a land board in town that when you go to do this project, you would have to go before them. It's not, has nothing to do, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, to do with the warrant
Right.
or to do anything else.
But is that us, or is that a town project?
That's,
Madam, may I speak?
I don't have the answer to that question. That's interesting. I'll get back to you on that question.
I know what you're saying.
Yes, Karen, go ahead.
Thank you. So warrant articles that are successful at town meeting will have already gone through the boards that were appropriate. So what makes a town warrant article successful at town meeting is that you have the select board, the finance committee, and any other related boards fully on board saying, we have vetted this, we are fully in support of this. Town meeting, you can, make your own decision, but we're in support of this. So you would need to go through CPDC, and staff will help you. But what you're talking about potentially, I don't know the timeline, is getting to town meeting without having the support of these other boards, which just makes your case weaker, which again is why this process, spending $200,000 and again, these are your estimates, and you should build in a contingency. This is what we've seen in the Kiln School. You build in significant contingencies, and let's be realistic, so you don't have to go back to town meeting multiple times asking for money, but that's how town warrant articles get passed. Going through the boards, getting rec on board. What I wanted to ask is that I've attended a number of SWEC meetings, and I distinctly heard a number of SWEC committee members say that proposing to allocate space to pickleball courts now, before the RFIs have been received, will definitely impact the kind of responses we get. So I am very concerned about undermining a committee that has dedicated many, many hours to finding out what the committee needs, what the community needs, and what they'd like to do with this property. So that's why this isn't an easy yes or no, but again, I just wanted to say, you know, from my experience, the warrant articles, you know, you go through the process, you're on the capital plan, you're coming to the town meeting with significant contributions, you know, 50%, will town meeting match the rest of it? We've done all this work, I've seen that work. You have the select board, you have finance committee on board, you have the rec committee on board, you have SWAC on board. Those are the kinds of, that's the kind of backing you need to get town warrant articles approved. But I fully support and recognize instructional motions, citizens petitions. They're allowed, absolutely do it. And so to the short answer, your CPDC is that, you know, let's say the originator of the article needs to take it to CPDC and staff will help you through it, much like they help any other applicant. I hope that answers the question.
We aren't looking to skip the boards. We're trying to figure out what is the process that we should be following, because the last advice we got was we needed to come to the select board. So
so tonight's agenda item, as the chair defined it, was just discuss and listen. And I have to say, tonight is the first time I've heard of a warrant article. So the timing is not great. We are closing the warrant article at our next meeting. But you guys wouldn't necessarily know in the fact, you don't do that all the time. So that's perfectly understandable. But as town manager outlined, you know, there's an option for citizens petition that doesn't have the same advance notice and timelines, but it has drawbacks. So I guess the best we can do is hopefully, you know, give you a better idea of your options when you meet tonight.
one more comment on what you had said about the contingency. About $172,000 has $40,000 worth of contingency in it, and then it is bumped up yet again to the $200,000 request.
Okay, that's terrific. What I would recommend is when you present that to town meeting, if you go that route, that you show that you put that in there. That's pretty important because we all know how projects go. Thank you.
Yeah. Sir? Yeah. I just want to say, I know we had time for public comment. I want to just try to make this, but go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Mike Coleman, 18 Milton Road, president of the RPPA. I just want to say that in January, when we formed RPPA with the intent of raising funds to build pickleball courts, there were 8 courts in the Birch Meadow Master Plan for Phase 2. We also thought we were going to dual line Washington Park, Sturgis, and Barrows. These things just came off the table in March, and then in June, I found out that it wasn't in Birch Meadow anymore. So this is, it makes it difficult for us to accomplish things in the timely fashion that Karen's talking about. It's difficult because we really need courts now. There's lots of people that desperately need this. This is very important to them. We're trying to go through this. We will get to all the boards, but the reason we're talking about temporary and not permanent is because SWEC and REC said do it temporary to not interrupt that. So we're trying to hit the points.
Okay, thanks. Chris, and then, yeah.
Real quick, I think Mike was putting it eloquently. The town, whomever decided, I understand that Birch Meadow, because of the noise, people don't want to listen to the pickleball stuff, that's why it was removed. I completely agree with that. But we sandbagged them, took it out of there, and here we are. And we have a room full of all these people now. Why is that okay? So in terms of, we have policies and procedures to follow, and believe me, I'm the one always up here. We got a policies, procedure, I don't even approve meeting minutes because of this kind of stuff. But we sandbagged them in June, took this stuff out, and then we're like, have a good one. How is that okay? Whatever money was spent to do pickleball courts at Birch Meadow Phase 2 should easily be able to be used for putting the pickleball courts over here. It might not be the full 172, maybe it was 40,000, 50,000, but you are now minusing that off the number that they have over here. We took the money that was ascribed to to them and now are just scrapping it and putting tennis or whatever else is going over there. Like, to me, it doesn't seem fair. Birch Meadow stuff's been talked about forever.
So I think just to close this out, we appreciate the work that you've done, you know, to get community input, to reach out to us in advance of this. I think the warrant article is obviously something we'll have to talk about at our next meeting, which is when the select board closes its warrant. I encourage you to consider the citizens petition, at least just speaking for myself. That's another lever, we unfortunately, as inefficient and as much of a runaround as this is sometimes, we have different, these boards, these volunteers, these town departments are different levers. And, pursuing something, as a matter of public policy is a matter of pulling the right levers at the right time. And so, at least for my part, I encourage pursuing the citizen petition. I think the warrant article is a good start, and I look forward to talking about it in 2 weeks. So, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so motion to take a 5-minute recess, returning at, or should we?
You don't need a motion, you just.
Okay,
you
let's
just
take
do
a
it.
5-minute recess. Let's come back at 10:26. Thanks.
agenda item. That's all. It wasn't a story on it. It's just an agenda item.
Oh, all right.
Here's a story, better be my picture on the front page.
No, it was probably my drone picture.
Select board to hear Burbank guys throwing a pickleball tonight.
All right, we ready?
Nah.
Okay, we're back on. Next item is to preview the warrant for November town meeting. Fidel.
Thank you. I will share the warrant. It is in your packet. It is page,
What's that?
um,
Oh,
sorry, it's in your, bring it up. I'll scroll through it pretty quick. It is the same warrant, one modification to it, that I'll flag. So Article 1 is reports. The moderator has asked that we get reports from the Killam School Building Committee. Andrew has requested that he gives a report on MBTA communities. And I believe that's it, but it'd be through a written report. Article 2 is instructional motions. We do not have any instructional motions as of today. Article 3 is the town, is the revisions to the capital improvement plan, which we have every year as we shift stuff around. Article 4 is the amendments to the operating budget, which we have every year or every November. Article 5 is to pay past year's bill. We do not have any as of today. Article 6 is the warrant for Birch Meadow Phase 2, which does not include pickleball courts. It is a multi-pronged article, and it is tied to the park grant, the PARC grant. And essentially, I'll just explain it very quickly. The first item, the first item on the article is to make the appropriation, the authorization to borrow. Birch Meadow Phase 2 has been on the capital plan for a long time, listed for $2 million, and as FY25. So for us to start paying debt on it, FY25. So it is this article is in line with that. If we receive the park grant, then that's where the next items on the article will kind of kick in. The first one, the property in question is kind of half owned by the school department, half owned by the select board. That needs to be consolidated under one roof under the select board. So a sliver of the sliver that is owned by the school department has to be transferred to the select board. I have spoken to the chair of the school committee and the superintendent about this. They are fine with it. No issues with transferring control of that a piece to the select board. That's a motion that they need to take before a town meeting. If we receive the park grant, we will, now we're jumping into item 3. The park grant has a requirement that any property that gets funding must be restricted for recreation uses in perpetuity. The school committee has no reservations with doing that, with keeping that property as recreation in perpetuity. And then number 4 is basically authorizing the town manager to apply for the grant, which we already did. So Article 7 is for the trash barrels. As we said earlier, we are going to have a forum on trash barrels next week on the 19th at 6 p.m. You might have noticed that Republic Services was in our DPW tent at the Fall Street Fair. They were answering questions about the trash barrels. They have offered to bring an automated truck. They were hoping to bring it for the Fall Street Fair, but it didn't work out. I am lining them up, encouraging them to bring a trash truck to Oktoberfest. So hopefully it's a demo opportunity, because I feel like a lot of the questions that we are getting now in this phase is about how the trucks works. how is the truck physically gonna pick up the barrel? And how is the truck physically gonna put the, with the bag on top? It's no longer about, it has, the conversation has shifted a little bit, in my opinion, anyways, on how is this going to work? And we'll talk about that at the forum. Section 1 of Article 7 is the creation of a solid waste revolving fund. We'll talk about that at the forum. And essentially, it's similar to all of our revolving funds. It is the collection site for any kind of rental of the toters and the sale of the plastic bags, the overflow bags. Article 8, is the conversation that we've been having about the fire truck. I wanted to report back to the select board that the fire chief and I had another meeting today with the CEO of Seagrave. They are located in Wisconsin, and they are the manufacturers of the ladder truck. We continue to emphasize our displeasure, our the bad position that they are putting us in, now having to go to town meeting to request additional funds. By the 26th and ahead of the 26th, I hope to have a fully negotiated agreement with them on what the town is going to be getting as part of this negotiation. So that is an ongoing conversation. The one thing that I'll note is that in Article 8, I did mention to the select board that I believe that this would be a good place to fund, to use the 40R Smart Growth District Incentive Revolving Fund. So we have $475,000 in that fund, $475,000 in that fund. That I think would be appropriate. However, I received some exciting news today from Joe Huggins. As you all know, the Parker roof is fully complete now at this point, and Joe believes that there is money left over from that project, which is incredibly exciting because if you recall, we pulled a good amount for Birch Meadow Phase 2. So it's it was a good phone call to get. Obviously, that money has been borrowed already, and it might be a better place to pull from. So essentially, the article would be to move funds from one project to another.
Is this the same ladder truck we talked about years ago? Have we never ordered one?
So
It takes a year to get one.
We did order.
We did order it.
We did order it.
We ordered it.
Okay.
We ordered it February 2022. We received a call from the manufacturer that they, because of COVID lead time, et cetera, they cannot give us the fire truck for the price that we have got. They're requesting a material cost increase.
So it's the same truck.
Same truck. Okay. Same truck. Yep. So I will keep the select board posted. Obviously, the Article 8 might change slightly if it is a move from one line to another. I assume the select board would have no issues with doing that, right? It's funds that we borrowed already. I think that makes sense to us. Article 9 is Article 9 is Grove Street. So it is the request to fund the construction of Lot 5. If you recall, we talked about this after Forest Street, I think, came and we took away parking on one side of the street, and there was a lot of consternation about safety aspects. We went to FinCom and talked about the idea of funding it from FinCom reserves, but just with the timing, we decided to go to town meeting instead. We have put it out to bid. It came back at $170,000 to build that parking lot. We need to ask for some contingency attached to it. So we'll be making a request for town meeting for $200,000. We had a conversation about asking for free cash to use free cash for this, particularly because some of the funds that were received from the state delegation from an earmark went back to free cash for this project. However, I wanted to get a sense of the board on what are the thoughts of finding an alternative source, and I'll be more specific with that. We talked tonight about how the Burbank Ice Arena has $375,000 in it. It is the spirit of the fund is to pay for recreation oriented things. I think that the idea of the parking lot is to make it more available to visitors to the town forest. It is a higher threshold of approval, so it goes to 2/3 approval versus free cash, which is 50%. But I just wondered if the board would like to make that shift.
We had, what, 150 from the state delegation? And then it went back into free cash. So like technically we're playing with $50,000 essentially in the grand scheme of things, because we got 150 and you have contingencies, so it might be like 25. I mean, I don't want to say it's in poor taste that we would go ahead and take it out of Burbank after what just happened here. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the pickleball thing as well. So like, and both can happen, both with the same, within that 375 to happen, so I'm fine with it. It's recreation based. That's why people are going to the town forest for, So, I mean, I'm fine with that. Plus, we had the money already to begin with. I mean, we're talking about 20 grand in the end of all this.
Yeah, we have $375,000 in that fund right now, and as Carl mentioned, we should be receiving from $125,000 to $150,000 on top. So we certainly should have the $400,000 required to do both if that is what the town meeting would like.
Isn't the roof coming out of the 375, or is that separate?
It is separate. That's coming out of their funds.
So, so first and foremost, it's incredibly important to emphasize that $30,000 or so went back into free cash from the earmark because it had to. It closed out a year in. So we are only asking for a little bit of new money. My question was, that money went back into free cash, so I'm not sure why we would take this money out of free cash. That just seems to be a fit, kind of where it went, where it would come from. I don't have a huge objection to going after the other source of funds, but as you said, it changes the vote from 50% to 51% to a 2/3. So I'm not sure why it kind of feels like we're changing things a little bit, and I'm not totally sure why. I understand, the question of, well, it's free cash, but this free cash came from the closing of an earmark that we got specifically to do this. To me, I don't know, it just seemed like it was straightforward to.
So you're saying the money from free cash only has to be 50% because and if we went with Fidel's way, that's 2/3?
Am I understanding
That's
correctly?
correct, yep. 2/3 vote, 2/3 approval.
To me, either way is passing. That's my opinion. I like I said, in the grand scheme of things, we already got the money. So like, I don't know, whatever you want to do.
Why was it all free cash?
Because I guess we need a fit and a need for the other money. I don't know. It seems like a non.
Yeah, I think to your point,
Yeah.
this is a really good thing to do. We
Correct.
need to do it, right? So that's the piece. Now, the question is, what's easier for folks to understand? Should we just free cash in, free cash out? Oh, but it's free cash. And the other side is, taking out of the recreation fund. They're both town funds. We need to do this.
Yeah, but after what happened tonight,
I think free cash is where it went, where it should come from. I think
Me
that's
too.
straightforward.
Like I said, it's passing either way. We already got the money. To deny it just seems ridiculous. So
It's not-
whatever we
it's
can
not-
do.
yeah. Town meetings get weird sometimes. It's not a lock. Should be, but there's no guarantee.
I think we'll do.
So free cash. Great. Article 10 is related to the article, to the conversation that we had about paving. Originally, the request that we came to the select board was with $500,000. I heard that maybe that's a little too much. Certainly, I spoke to Ryan before the meeting, and clearly we'll take whatever we can get, right? I mean, that's where we sit. So it sounded like maybe $300,000 might be a better, more palatable number for the select board. I don't know if that's accurate or not. One potential funding source is I mentioned earlier the 40R incentive growth, right? This, that is something that could fund it aside from free cash, which and that fund is for one-time capital projects.
Jackie, so is the same, regarding this article, is the same presentation that we had tonight, could it be in the warrant?
Yes.
Okay. I think that.
Can I make one suggestion? Lighten it up.
Yes. I was like, I could tell
Yeah, no,
everybody in this room wanted to walk out.
It's a good point, but I
Everyone cares about the roads, that's the issue.
no,
Yeah.
I know, but as much as I asked that question to Mark earlier about, to clarify, and it wasn't to go against you, it was to understand, and I like the $300,000 ask. I think that's a good, I don't even call it a compromise, but like Ryan and Fidel, I'm not gonna say no to more money.
Well, and I also think there's a certain balancing, at least just conceptually, because that's about how much we're getting in additional Chapter 90 funding. We just heard from Senator
but
Lewis, and I get that it's a one-time thing.
Well,
but-
we're in a tough spot for a few years, I think, still.
Yeah,
to
no, I,
go with
yeah,
this.
but I also, I think that, yeah, the more stable we can make this and kind of eye on the prize of keeping in that upper 70s.
Yeah, and I agree with him. He brought up a good point.
I think if there's a way to kind of make the case, explaining why.
Yeah.
With the index, with what it's gonna take to maintain it, what inflation has been doing to things. I think that's more the story.
Not just, we need this amount, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. No, I get it. I'm on board with that.
I think that there's a danger of turning town meeting into a discussion of more alligators or more transformational cracks or whatever that I don't think we wanna go down.
Right.
I'm okay with the 1.3 as well. I mean, I say, I'm not gonna split hairs over getting us to an 80 just to say we're in an 80, just to be in an 80. But I understand that, there has to be something done, the injection that we need for funding to get us to say stable at 78 or whatever we're at. So I'm fine with the 300,000.
And unfortunately, I think it also means thinking about the capital plan going forward.
No,
that it's a structural
That's
change.
up next.
Yeah.
That's up next. Would the select board be supportive of funding it not from free cash, but from the Smart Growth District Fund?
How much is in there?
$475.
And that's within it sounds like.
It's one-time
within-
capital. Yep, it's for
Okay.
one-time capital.
Anything, one-time capital.
So it would be that plus the ladder truck, or no?
I believe I will be able to report that we're gonna transfer money from the Parker roof.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everything just costs more. It's not fun.
And then Article 11, I do see that Jesse Arnold is still on Zoom.
Oh gosh, Jesse.
Hi, Jesse.
Thank you. You win the.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Perfect.
Do you just wanna, so I think just, again, as a reminder to folks, this originated with a citizen petition that passed town meeting, I believe, last November. And before I turn it over to Jesse, I asked for the petition, and basically what Ms. Parr proposed and what town meeting approved related to businesses, residences with more than three or more units. And so I know the bylaws committee has worked a lot on this, so Jesse, could you please give us some just some background on where you've been with this item?
Sure, and I'm going to try to be as coherent as I can. This is like well past my bedtime, but hopefully my brain's still working. So basically, we got this after November town meeting, and we took it up in January, and kind of one of our starting points was to look at what other towns had done. We looked at a whole bunch of different towns, just to see who had bylaws like this, how was this handled. We looked at Lexington, Wakefield, Tisbury, Arlington, Athol, Andover, Ashland, Belmont, Billerica, Boston, Brookline, Cambridge, Chelsea, Stoneham, Melrose, Wilmington, Newton, and I think I'm missing Somerville. So some obviously some are a lot bigger, some are very much our size, and they all have some sort of bylaw that requires clearing of the snow removal. Some of them it is town-wide, a lot of them it's also just business districts. It's commercial landowners. They all handle it differently, kind of how they do it, but we kind of looked at that. We spoke with town council several times kind of about what their opinion was about the legality, about if this is something that they see done around in other towns. And then we sat and we drafted this. Then initially we were kind of trying to figure out where this was going to apply. Kind of one of the later changes was we said the downtown smart growth overlay district to kind of make it a very clear and defined area. Just given the intent of the bylaw, that the idea is that, you know, Reading really wants to create this kind of walkable, vibrant downtown area. And part of that is being able to access these businesses and feel like you can move around downtown safely during the winter months. So that was kind of how we came to that. I think there's anything else. We did have a meeting in August, which was great. It was a great time for us to get together. We kind of got us in the room on Zoom, town council, DPW, and it was a really great meeting where everybody kind of talked through this, how it would be applied. We see this as something that gives DPW a tool for, you know, properties that are kind of habitually hazards, I guess, for no better ways of putting it, where, you know, yes, the town plow may come through, but the town plow only clears to a certain amount. It doesn't clear to bare pavement. And the problem is a lot of times then you get the melting and the refreezing, and, you know, I think probably many of us have been downtown in the winter and kind of come across these hazardous situations, where you're kind of taking your life in your hands as you try to walk down the street. So this is kind of our way of coming up with a solution for this. Hoping I didn't forget anything. We are meeting tomorrow. We have some other things to discuss that have kind of come out of meetings that I have had since the committee last met, including a discussion, I think, of when this would become applicable, and the potential to maybe kick it out to start a year after it gets passed. So those are things that we're going to be discussing tomorrow.
Thanks, Jesse. Comments,
I
thoughts?
have a question.
Yes.
Thank you. I attended one of your meetings several months ago, and at that particular meeting, you guys were discussing what to do about residential properties. And, you know, I chimed in and, you know, we had a discussion last night. And now reading this, it definitely, obviously you've come to the conclusion that you should include all properties, correct? From the way
That is correct, yeah.
From the way I read
We kind
this?
of looked at it and, you know, I went back and forth with town staff as to, you know, kind of looking at, we kind of looked more at like what falls within downtown smart growth overlay district, and just kind of decided that that was the easiest way of kind of delineating it without
Yep, making exceptions, yeah.
being unclear. And, you know, it made concrete kind of borders as to where we were.
No, I'm glad you did that. That was my concern.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you did that, thanks.
And actually, I think, Carlo, another concern that you had raised at the meeting, which was something we talked about with DPW and town council, is also that the way that this is worded, although there is a fine, it is discretionary on the part of DPW whether or not they choose, you know, I think we don't do, I know you had asked about a warning and then a fine, but
Right.
when we spoke with Ibria, she said the way that it's worded, we give them discretion that they can warn before they fine. We don't have to actually write that into the bylaw. So this is kind of just giving them an enforcement tool. It's not that they have to say like, you know, first snowstorm that this is applicable, they're gonna go out and start giving everybody tickets. They have the discretion to say, you know, hey, remember there's this bylaw, you're in the smart growth district, you need to make sure that your property is clear.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think I gave an example where I'm on a corner and I used to have a hydrant and the hydrant got moved on the other corner and I always took care of the hydrant. I grew up, not here, I grew up with a firefighter on my street and he really was adamant how we should take care of our hydrants in the winter. So that was embedded in me whenever I lived near a hydrant. So I took care of my hydrant on the corner of Main and Green, and now it's on the other corner, and if it's not taken care of, I will go take care of it. It's not on my, it was never on my property, it was on my sidewalk, let's call it, so I took ownership of it. But I shovel up to my property line, and then there's another building, and then the bank, and then Dunkin' Donuts, and certain people wouldn't shovel. And I did my job, and then the chocolate truffle would help out when I wasn't around, so I appreciate this effort. I'm glad you made it fair or distribute it evenly to, you know, there's residents who live, you know, I'm a mixed use building, but there's people who just have homes in the smart growth district, and I'm glad that everyone, to make it delineated, like you said, I'm glad that you made it this way and not how it was kind of going in a different direction months ago, but this makes it more clear cut.
Chris.
Thanks, Jackie. And thank you, Jesse, for outlining that. This will be one of the rare occasions where I adamantly disagree with Carlo on something. That in order to make this fair, it's very simple. The town of Reading, you have to clean your sidewalk. Period. End of story. Not the downtown only, everywhere. Because I can understand you wanting to be downtown and be safe and go to the businesses and everything else. I completely agree with you. But my house, right outside, there's dozens of kids that walk back and forth to school. We don't care about the kids now going to school on any of our streets. It's just the downtown that we care about, not all the kids that are going to school as well. So we're gonna have a bylaw for that, but we're gonna have one for this. This isn't fair in my mind at all. Taking that into account. Once again, I'm the all or nothing. The entire town has to shovel and do the right thing. I do it anyway. I'm snow blowing the pathway that I just explained where all the kids are. But for somebody else not to do that, now we just don't care about kids when that's like the primary thing that all of us, you know, we kind of get behind. So I can see that you're attempting to do the right thing, but it's just 25% instead of 100. And more importantly, as I explained in the last meeting, that nobody other than me in the entire downtown knows that this is even coming. There's zero outreach, and we're gonna drop a warrant article and go ahead and ram this through and call it a day with nobody knowing about it. Yet again, I'm sitting here with the same story that I did last time. And apparently that's gonna be okay, but perhaps not. I don't know. I appreciate the time that you put into this because it does seem like you worked the entire year to do what you had to do with what was given to you. But I don't support it at all. Nor would I support the entire townwide thing that I just mentioned, but that's the example. You can't just go 25% of everything. That's my opinion.
Mark.
Thanks, Jackie. Jesse, thanks. I think this was a really difficult situation and job, so thank you for digging in. Did I hear you correctly that when you put together kind of the structure of this and enforcement, those different things, that this is consistent with how many other towns are doing this?
Yes, this is consistent with how a lot of other towns are doing it. You know, things like fine structures can be a little different. The timing of when snow has to be cleared, there's a little bit of difference there. We kind of looked at the broad spectrum and then, you know, just went off of that and said, like, this is what we think is reasonable. And so that's kind of how we got to it. You know, I think one of the things that is notable is that a lot of the surrounding neighbor communities, even Wilmington, Stoneham, Melrose, Andover, I can't remember if there's any that kind of touch us, that they also have this either as a bylaw, or some, if they don't address it in a bylaw, it's somehow part of their snow removal provisions in a way. I think Andover's, I couldn't figure out if it was actually a written bylaw or if it's how they kind of handle it, but it is something that they expect people to do.
Got it. And then if I could, just to approach the elephant in the room, what are the thoughts on who or how this should be presented to town meeting?
Is that a question to me or to everybody?
I think it's a question to everybody.
I think, Mark, if you'd like, I'll take the football on this one if you want. You know,
I think that's
style and grace.
It's maybe a little awkward perhaps,
A little
given
awkward,
what you
Mark.
just mentioned.
Well, okay, you know.
For the record, I'm not against kids. For the record. I didn't say that it wasn't, but Chris said it, Cash said it was.
Yeah.
I guess it would be the bylaw committee, right? Or they're in support of this article.
Yeah, I guess presenting it in response to the citizen petition in the last vote that was taken, and the request to turn it into something that I guess was consistent with other areas and was something that we could work with.
I mean, this is gonna be an all-nighter, in my opinion. Just one article.
A lot of discussion.
Yeah, there will be.
So is Karen's hand up?
I don't know.
I don't think.
It is.
Okay, go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. So, thank you, Jesse and the bylaw committee, for doing all this work. So how about, this did originate with residents, and it did take a crack at town meeting, and as Mark said, we needed to refine it and make it something that the Attorney General would approve, and hopefully this is that. So can we go back to the residents who, because it's not the bylaw committee initiating this. I mean, I think Jesse, what you presented was excellent. You've done your homework. We're being consistent with other communities. You've verified it, and that's how you came up with this codification of this request from citizens. But again, it initiated from the citizens. So could we get them to help you out with the presentation?
We certainly could. Spoken with Ivrea as to kind of how this can go forward, and that's actually something that the bylaws committee is going to discuss tomorrow. But one of the possibilities is it could be kind of bylaw committee with Mary Parr, kind of in conjunction. So that's kind of something we're going to try to hopefully hammer out a little tomorrow.
Okay, because I think we understand that the bylaw committee does not come up with changes, but you're just helping us, make them into a format that the state will approve, basically, and that we can live with. And I appreciate you did a lot of heavy lifting beyond that by trying to say, well, what are the other communities doing? Let's be consistent. Let's not be an outlier.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jesse and Bylaws Committee, for your efforts on this. I think I'm struggling with this because I do see this as something that town meeting voted in favor of, and so I think that gives the Bylaws Committee and us some homework or some things that we need to pursue. But I also get the the awkwardness of the issues that it raises. Fidel, could you give us a little thought on some of the outreach that might occur between, or, before town meeting on this?
Yeah, I mean, the
What could we do?
certainly, mailers would be fine, right? Some form of mailing, direct mailing to abutters, people in the 40R district, that's certainly, emails, Facebook posts, those kind of things would be easy. I think we could hold another forum, right? A forum on this issue. We could talk to, and by we, I'm hoping that it's Jesse, but sorry. We could talk to, the Chamber of Commerce, we could talk to the businesses about, just notification that this is coming. I think where it becomes a little bit awkward is, we don't know what role to take in this process, right? Like with the trash barrel forum or the MBTA communities forum, we are certainly educating, but we're also advocating, right? I think in this scenario, we given that it's a bylaw, I don't know that we want to take the role, as in town staff want to take the role of advocating, because I do fear that there's some perception that maybe this is coming from the town to offload work into residents, and I would say that it's absolutely not.
Yeah.
It is not the case.
Well, my concern, I think I brought it up at the meeting I went to, was South Main Street has become way more walkable. I see people walking on South Main Street all the time, from Washington all the way up to Cal's, all the way up to Calabria. So why should that be excluded? It's not our downtown, but it's a path all the way up to Cal's and Fusili's and a lot of other businesses, Harrow's and Starbucks and everything else. So it's like, to his point of the kids, but so those guys get a pass. They don't have to shovel their sidewalks.
And neither do I. So.
Right, but this was more geared towards downtown businesses, but there's plenty of businesses on South Main Street that are just gonna be like, oh, I'll shovel what I want. So is that fair? In a sense, I get it. You gotta draw the line somewhere, but my building's on the edge of the Smart Growth District. If I was across the street, I wouldn't have to do it. I shovel my stairs and that's it.
We've just heard in the past that it's always 6 months of outreach and doing this and et cetera. And once again, if I didn't bring it up,
It's a big change. It's a big change. It's a big change.
it probably wouldn't be happening. I understand that you just mentioned it, Jackie, but I only brought it up the last meeting. Otherwise, we would have blew right past this one and called it a day. It's just, it's another aspect of settling downtown businesses with another fee that they're going to have to pay, that we are now just gonna be like, well, we posted about it on Facebook.
So, Fidel, has there been any analysis by the town, by either DPW or some other department as to the actual scope of the problem? I know it's hard because it obviously depends on how much snow we get, but I mean, is it a thing where 10% of the, businesses in 40R or the property owners in 40R are, repeat non-shovelers, or is it more like, what's the scope?
I don't know that question. I mean, and I think Jesse was the one that said that Jay Kinsella came to the meeting, right? And I think in Jay's opinion, I don't think DPW is not gonna change what they do per se. I mean, this is not gonna result in any savings, to the town or any less work for DPW. I think yeah, I'm not sure if we're tracking to that level, like what is the compliance level to yeah.
I think, excuse me, Jackie, from my experience living in, because I live in downtown, it's more the corner properties that go around 2 streets, that they'll take care of the front, but they won't take care of the side. And that's where I've seen the problem. So, you know,
Like Two Haven is 20 feet wide or whatever. Like the front of Two Haven Street is humongous. And now like you wanna, good luck with doing all that.
Well, I think it actually says you only need to do a certain path, right?
yeah, 42 inches.
42 inches or the full width, whichever is less.
At least that's in there, so.
Yeah, I agree with Jackie and it's like you know, we were talking about, this is not rushing, but you know, I didn't go enough for the meetings to talk with these guys, but at least I went to one where this was on one of their agendas, and this is gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be a tough one, and if, to give what Chris said, if it's September 12th, and just like the majority of the town doesn't know who we are, the majority of downtown is not gonna know this is coming unless we notify them and how many live in town that can weigh in. And do they have the right to weigh in? They should. They can come to our meetings, but you know, how many do?
What's interesting here is that this is the kind of thing where you'd hope people would just kind of take care of their own stuff.
Well, yeah,
right?
I agree with you.
Or
I
even
do
be
it.
encouraged to do so, if that's what really helps. But the problem is that by itself isn't working. I mean, you know, the town is doing something special already in doing the cleanup, in the basic cleanup. And this is, to me, if I understand it correctly, it's kind of saying, okay, you got kind of the bulk is pushed out, but you gotta finish it. You gotta get it down to the pavement.
Yeah, but how, to Jackie's point, how big of a problem is it?
Yeah, it's not zero because you have a citizen's petition.
It exists, no, and I acknowledge it exists, I've seen it.
Yeah.
You know, and not so much the snow, is when it freezes over.
Right.
It's like about a real hazard. Walking in snow for most people is okay, but when it freezes over and you get some rain, and then that's where the problem lies. Not so much a snowfall, it's that. And that's where I get upset when I'm walking around town, like, wow, they just let this go, this part, so now you have to go into the street. You know, which, you know, that's how I grew up in Medford, you know, you walk in the street, or walk on the sidewalks, it's, you know.
Well, you know, I think we're starting to try to rationalize different pieces.
Yeah, I know.
But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, Public Works probably is gonna continue to do what they're doing. You know, I can't imagine this is gonna be their highest priority to be going out and writing tickets and things
No,
like that. That's
I'm
not
just trying to avoid a whole night of town meeting is what I'm trying to avoid on this, potentially.
In at least message, but, you know, if we could do it with messaging alone, that'd be great, but it feels like we can't. I think that probably, you know, having the proponent continue to be the proponent, supported by all the work that's been done here, is the only way to handle it.
That's fine.
So that's town meeting side, and then, you know, talking to people about it, getting input. I guess this is structured based on other communities, similar communities around us. So, you know, it's not like we're pioneering this thing. It seems to make sense, you know, what input, I don't know what input we'll get, but I would imagine, you know, a big part of the input is, you know, hey, I can't do this, or I won't do this, or I don't wanna do this. Understood, I'm not sure that answers the need though.
Yeah, we're not gonna solve it tonight, I know what you're saying, but it's frustrating, I think, on both sides, that if, you know, what, to Chris's point regarding the schools, which I fully agree, but what about South Main Street? What about, you know, the Met buildings? Is the Met building even part of that big corner? Is that part of the smart growth, or it's not? I'm just picking them out because they're a big corner. Yeah, I don't think they are, across the tracks.
South of the depot.
Yeah, right, so that's a massive corner that may or may not get shelved.
Yeah.
And so on and so on, you know what I mean, it's like.
Yeah, no, especially at the edges, apparently it doesn't, you know, I think Jesse had mentioned, that, you know, some of the properties on the north side of Lowell Street, that you, like the church, you might expect, but apparently is not currently in 40R, so.
That's why.
It's an imperfect, but I do get their aim at, you
Yeah.
know, we have to start with the densest area where the expectation is higher for, I can walk to
Oh, I
this.
agree.
Yeah.
I understand the intent. And I live in downtown.
She also mentioned that other communities, it's the entire town or whatever. So like, that's kind of I'm against doing that in general, but it's more of, this is just singling out a selected area as opposed to everything. So,
I think Jackie's point on density is probably the right one, that's where it starts, and the town does provide a service in this area, in clearing out the main stuff and doing, pardon me, but the heavy lifting. It's not done everywhere in town, and that's one of the reasons why, is to kind of support the walkability and these other aspects. But what we're hearing is that there are still some issues, and getting it down to the pavement, especially when it starts to ice over, is really what we're looking for. And the town, that would be an above and beyond that the town really can't do, other than to, you know, provide a lot less service to the rest of the community.
I guess I wasn't at any of the meetings, but are there pictures, now I know obviously this has to exist, but were there pictures provided to show like examples of problem areas where it's like, listen dude, like you should have literally cleaned this, like this is gonna kill somebody, like.
I believe there
Yes.
was a town meeting
There was?
during the citizens petition presentation. I don't know
I
for
think that's where I
sure.
got my corner of Two Haven as well, being one of the examples, which is just probably one of the worst kind of ones, because it's huge, but I could be mistakenly remembering that.
I have plenty of examples, but I'm not gonna call them out.
So it is an issue.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely an issue.
I'm on my own, I'm
It's an
on
issue
my
in a
own
lot of
island.
places. It's an issue in a lot of places, but, I mean, let's move on, but we could talk about this all night, but.
But that's,
And then one more article.
And then one more article.
One more.
One more.
One more.
This is what we'll be doing in town
This
meeting.
is an easy one probably, right?
We're gonna shovel all sidewalks.
Yeah.
Article 12.
So Article 12
I'm
should be
not
an easy
for that.
one. Article
Thank
12
you.
should be an easy one. Basically is the adoption of chapter 41, section 19K, which allows the town to give a town clerk who is certified, who's a certified Massachusetts town clerk, a stipend up to $1,000. It can only be held by one person at a time, so it's not like multiple people can hold this certification, and that person needs to be the town clerk. This certification is kind of like your CPA, like it's something that you need to keep up with regular studying for. So the reason why the state does this is to give an incentive for town clerks to be trained. You know, we all know that 2024 is going to be a tough year for the clerk's office. So this is in my opinion a good incentive for the town clerk in particular. And that's it.
Carla.
I have a request to amend, I think it's 6, to keep pickleball courts in there, because we're gonna have to fund it somehow. It mentions, you know, all the other stuff.
So this is related to one particular property, right?
Phase 2.
But it is phase 2, but it is related to one particular property, and I think it's all kind of tied. It's all tied into the park grant, and I'll share what the
Article 1 says basketball courts, tennis courts.
Yeah. I will show you the layout. I'll show you the layout in 1 second. And you know, to be fully transparent, this is something that came. The pickleball courts were removed, not at the request of staff. The pickleball were removed at the request of the recreation committee, and after what my understanding was consternation from the abutters, and it was after you know, the what I thought was what I heard. I wasn't there, some concerns about Sturgis and some concerns about Washington Park and it wasn't,
Correct, but the funding shouldn't be taken away, that's just my point, the funding should be taken away.
so phase two is, so the phase two, in the capital plan, there was $2 million for phase two, right? The recreation committee coalesced on this for phase two, this area for phase two. It includes expanding the parking lot, right? The parking lot that is opposite to the Rice Playground. It includes expanding the parking lot on this side, right? Adding additional spaces because we get a lot of concerns from the abutters on parking. It is to redo the playground. It is to, there's a lot of flooding that happens in this area. It is addressing the flooding, and this is the 2 basketball courts was where those 8 pickleball courts were earmarked.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Were placed. My point is that the article is for this property, right?
No, I know what you're saying, but I think, not even after what happened tonight, but it's like, the pickleball people feel like they're getting screwed, right? From funding and from a location. So I think, to me, this is a way to say, you're not forgotten and we're working on something, but I know it's that particular property, I get that, but that's where pickleball was. That's my point. Or was supposed to be. And because of the neighborhood feedback, they acquiesced. They could have kept pushing for it, and the town, did the town want a lawsuit from abutters if we went forward with pickleball? Was the town's right to install make more recreation for the town? But they didn't want to have that. They didn't want to have lawsuits and have the town be subject to lawsuits. So they said, okay, nothing in the neighborhood parks, right? And then we took like to Chris's point, we took their funding away. We just,
No,
they did the right thing.
Yeah.
So we should do the right thing. Is my
And all I'm sharing is a mechanical, more I'm not opining on whether it's the right thing to do. What I'm saying is that the article is for a specific project, right?
And we can't mention pickleball courts to be determined later. We can't even mention that. Like why can't?
It would never happen there. It's already.
Rich Meadows not.
No, not there. So why can't we just mention location to be determined later?
Because
that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work.
The funding, right, is very specific to Birch Meadow, and not only to Birch Meadow, right? Like it's not to pave a parking lot on the opposite side of on the opposite side of the property.
So we can't add another item 5. We can't even do that to this.
My concern is that
I'm just asking.
I'm trying to answer the question. I'm saying that the article is for this property, right? And what we have proposed for this property, and it's tied to a state grant, right? So it's kind of at this point it's married to it.
Okay.
Right. If the grant, if it doesn't come through, I mean, if we're not awarded the grant, it might drastically change this article, or whether we even hear this article. But in terms of a construction, in terms of construction estimates, design scope, all that stuff, this is what we are.
All right. I just wanted to ask. That's fine. I'm fine.
Karen's got her hand up.
Yeah.
Karen, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm getting a little concerned about this attempted warrant article changes on the fly. It's not good policy. And so if we want to put this to a vote, my answer is no. We're not. Staff has worked really hard on this. And Carlo, I have to be really honest with you. I'm getting very, very concerned. You are a licensed certified pickleball instructor. You have a pickleball business. that you've filed any disclosures, you know, stating that purpose. It is making me extremely uncomfortable, and I don't want to risk complaints against this board because we have folks with conflicts of interest.
I don't do any lessons in Reading. There's no conflict.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Mark. No, go ahead.
So two quick things. On Article 2, I think, I probably should talk to Alan. I think it would make sense to do an update on the senior center or recount, just kind of what's going on. And very brief, but talking about the RFP going out and where the process is, because last town meeting, we shared with them that Walgreens was a no, and town meeting member, I'd wanna know what's going on. So I think that should be in Article 2, because a quick report. Second thing for Article 7 on the trash barrels, to your point about the gentleman from Republic, he was talking, I asked him what's going on, what's the trend, and he said, so 164 gallon for trash and a 96 for recycling to be picked up every 2 weeks. He said that's what's things are starting to happen. So I know, again, I wanted to just kind of, lob that a little bit in terms of, I know you're the planning, but he wasn't talking just to me about it. I just said, what's
Yeah, no, he shared that with us. It is reflected in the proposal from Westford that I shared, right? And the two differences. That is something that some towns are considering. Yeah.
Yeah, and he also mentioned that offering smaller ones for either smaller households, seniors, whatever, is again part of the trend, which I know you already have planned in. I just wanted to make sure that was kind of. I know that you've got a plan, and I don't know how that issue of every week recycling versus every other week, what impact that would have on how you propose to buy barrels, or was already thought through and.
We've talked about it internally. I feel like this is change management, right? A little bit, and I wonder if this is if it's too much change, if it's too drastic of a change.
So changing the pickup schedule as well as the barrels.
That just seems as if someone's just gonna be like, every 2 weeks my recycle, I'm just gonna throw it out with the trash, and you were gonna start losing recycling because people are just gonna put it in their trash because it's every 2 weeks.
No, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't want to
Yeah.
open a whole new thing, but
No,
only to reflect that this
I-
Republic guy, this is what he
Not if the
was
bin's
talking
big
about.
enough. I know what you're saying. I know what you're
Yeah,
saying.
it's, we don't wanna have that happen. I'd like to think that, so.
It would be cheaper for the town. It would be easier for the vendor.
So with your current proposal, you still would have different things that you could consider at the actual time of purchase. I think that's the right answer.
I would think but the other effect is, it's not good for the environment. Maybe there's data that's gonna contradict what I just said, but I would just think the common occurrence once you would do this is,
I think lots of changes is problematic, but I think it's also good to listen to what's going on in other communities. And again, I don't know if they already were on every other week, or if this is a new behavior that they're trying to train, but the good news is that something like that might be less expensive, so if suddenly it made sense, it could be an option. But if not, as Luke would say, stay on target.
Alright,
Luke
moving on.
Skywalker, that
I
is.
was gonna say, is this
Luke
a Star Wars
Skywalker.
reference,
Luke
Mark?
Skywalker,
Luke
sorry.
Ryan?
Luke
Luke
Skywalker.
So capital improvement plan.
Okay.
Luke.
Luke.
All right.
25?
Yeah, FY25. So this is basically just we're doing this we did this at FinCom last week. Last meeting, and we're going to do this at FinCom again. And it's just a snapshot. We did ask FinCom if we could. They were providing additional funding for capital. So funding above and beyond the 5% of the budget, to the tune of 5.5. Right now, this capital is balanced, and it's at 5.5. It is at 5.5. Since we are talking about paving, I'll dive to that, right? So it is in our capital plan. It's in your packet. Anything that is blue is a change. Sharon spends hours on this, and it is like a game of chess where in order to fit something, you got to fit something out, and it's a matter of weighing priorities. So what we are doing at FY25, it is the net number that we are providing in the for paving is $1,025,000. So in FY25, we will achieve what we're saying of 1.5. The reason why we're doing that is because we're going to finish paving Lowell Street. So it's the closer to Wilmington. Is that Wilmington, right? Side of Lowell Street. So that is a one-time injection, if you will. That's going to wrap up Lowell Street, and then on the spreadsheet, which I know is tiny, but it will then go dial back down to 425 and eventually ramp back up. We could crank this to $1 million a year, but again, some things are going to fall off if we do that, are going to have to fall off if we do that. And we promised to FinCom that we would get back to 5% starting in FY26. So that's the roughly, if you recall the number that I shared earlier, we're asking FinCom to do an additional 0.5% in FY25. That is about $600,000. So in some ways, we could argue that we're paying for Lowell Street out of that extra. Aside from that, there's the usual moves. We are seeing an increase in the cost of items. Some trucks are going from 200 to 240. That is something that we continue to see. FY26, I'll just note that this is something that just to flag that FY26 is going to be a little constrained because we have a fire apparatus at $1.2 million. So out of a total of $3 million for capital, $1.2 million really eats up. Half of it is going to go to that one fire apparatus. And of course, we're tracking that number. We did bump it up from our previous projection, but it is something that we're tracking. I'll stop there.
Chris.
Thanks, Sharon. Where's the fire apparatus thing going?
So it
There's
is.
tons of pages on here.
Yeah. So it's broken up by departments.
I think it was in yellow.
So it is pumper engine 2. It was last replaced in 2007.
Oh, so this isn't like building fire.
Oh, no.
No,
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry. No, it's a truck.
And my only other question is, the RMHS ropes course for $100,000 on page 85 in FY29, where is that even going to begin with? Where's a ropes course going at the high school?
Good question.
I've never heard of that ever.
It sounds like outdoors.
Well, where?
I'll find out from Joe.
So I know there was one in what is now the paved, or will be the paved kind of backbone between like the.
Yeah, it was it was behind turf 1.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
year before.
Yes.
Yeah, behind turf 1.
That was before, with the renovations, the current work.
So this maybe comes off, but she flagged it in blue, so.
For FY29?
Yeah, but the blue is the changes like you mentioned, so maybe it's still existing somewhere, I don't know. It's just, you can check with Sharon or Tom or. Thank you.
One question on the second page of the summary. The very short page, item 7, it says community center, TBA excluded debt. Wondering if we could just make that senior/community center, just to clarify a little bit. Thank
Fidel, is there like one line item, I'm looking at page 30 and looking at like the various line items for different recreation uses, is there like one total for our numbers on recreation as a whole, or not really?
So there's several, they are in several locations, I'll say. Yeah, for instance, I'm showing on the screen, Barrows, tennis courts, you know, we're projecting again FY '29, basketball courts, that kind of thing. So they are in multiple places. We've also started allocating a set amount every year, which I think in this capital budget is at $100,000 for maintenance of recreation facilities. It was previously $25,000. So that I feel like it's a significant bump. So it's in field, playgrounds, and court improvements. In FY '24, we bumped it to 200, and that's how we're paying for the Barrows tennis courts and basketball courts. And then we maintained it at $100,000 going forward. So that's, yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Anything else? Karen, anything?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
I'll just mention one quick thing, because it was mentioned last night at Recreation Committee. Memorial Park, which gets heavy use mostly by pickleball now, but some tennis. I see that's pretty far out for resurfacing, and they were even talking about last night that they don't maintain that, it's just gonna get worse. So I don't know if Jim would probably confirm that. Sullivan?
Yep.
That seems way too far out. To allocate that money. Just to preserve the court, because it just gonna cost even more. There's already cracks there, some imperfections. But it's not far gone. I think if you wait 5 years, it's gonna be really, maybe not look like Barrows, but it's gonna be, with weeds coming out, but it's gonna be a lot worse and unsafe.
Right. So next item, vote to appoint a select board member designee to the special
Madam Chair, sorry. Can I, on the previous article before we move on?
Yes.
Okay, you know what, I thank you, Carla, for bringing that up. I echo his, comments, and thank you for opening that door. I'm sensitive to the fact that, the pickleball community has lost access to Birch Meadow. And, the other thought I had is that I wanted to ask you whether you could reach out to Recreation. Could we, as a temporary measure, and because of the lost courts at Birch Meadow, could we just dedicate Memorial Park courts to pickleball? Like, I don't know if anyone's asked the Recreation Committee to do that, but it might be the right thing to do, and it might take a little pressure off. I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item, vote to appoint select board member to the special committee for charter review. So I think, just to start this off, Chris, I know you indicated your interest. I don't know if there are any other select board members who have suggestions.
Chris volunteered. I'm
Okay,
okay with
hearing
that.
none, yeah,
Okay with
okay, so I move to nominate Chris Haley as our designee to the special committee for charter review. Do I have a second? Thanks, Mark, okay. So we'll do roll call, so Karen,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Chris?
Yeah.
Mark?
Yes.
Jackie, yes, so we're 5-0, thank you, Chris.
Thank
Look
you.
forward to hearing how it's going.
Keep Bill in line for you all.
All right, so future agenda items and looks like that starts on page 40 in our packet. The two items that I heard during the course of tonight's meeting, Chris's idea, which I agree with, of having some sort of update on the parking kiosks, kind of on the eve of the rollout, I think would be helpful.
Did I see it noted somewhere too, Fidel, that if we don't make the October deadline, that you're gonna delay it because of Christmas and all that holiday stuff?
That sounds like a great idea, Select Board Member.
No, but I'm not creating this. Wasn't this in some documentation somewhere that somebody sent us?
It might have been in some documentation from somebody. I don't know. I don't know the answer to your question, but I can ask.
I'm not imagining this, but it does sound like a good thing that you don't wanna just, if it can't happen by the end of October, you're encroaching the holiday season, and then that's just gonna be just a bad look for everybody. So we need to really find out what this timetable is, you know what I mean? Cause I saw outside my office, like 2 months ago, DPW did the whole, the cement and the base for it and everything. And I'm like, well, this means this thing's coming like next week. And then crickets, so.
It is not us. It is the manufacturer of the kiosks, and it's exactly. Luckily, they haven't come to us with a price increase. Luckily, but it's it is delays on equipment.
So yeah, if you can just kind of get that and then just see what we can do, because that's the last thing that we want.
And then, yeah, go ahead.
On the Community Preservation Act, are we in line to get a presentation from the coalition? Is that?
They are coming.
They are coming.
Yes.
Great, okay, thank you.
I maybe I missed it the last meeting. Was there any update on Station 1 or RMLD?
We've had a lot of meetings with them, with Greg in particular. He's had a lot of conversations. I don't think he's got anything that he thinks is shareable, but he's got a lot of conversations that we've had.
Did the environmental come back yet?
The environmental came back. It is not great. We applied for a $50,000 grant inside of the building to do some additional
Testing?
more like
Remediation?
cleanup. Yep, exactly. Remediation. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's good. I was wondering about that.
I would like on either the 26th or maybe the 10th to bring back the Reading Food Pantry. I'd like to try to at least hear more from them before, we get caught up in town meeting and the holidays. Other items?
No, well, yes, but not right now. Can't think of anything.
No. Okay. Right. So last but not least, approving meeting minutes. I believe we had one set of minutes from August 22nd. I did not have any changes. Caitlin, I don't know if you have changes
I didn't
from others.
receive any changes in advance.
Okay, Mark?
Sorry, I didn't do it in advance, my bad. If we go to the food pantry request, I would suggest we put in kind of what they said more specifically. I didn't remember it being a year's worth of funding, although I'm seeing that here. I thought they said that it would help them a lot, that they went through the money really fast because there's a huge need. I don't, and you listened to it, Caitlin, perhaps, or maybe it was there, my bad. I thought they just said that would really help us. But it was 28,000, I think, is that the number?
That's the number I had in my notes.
You want me to just change it to put in the number instead of saying,
If they were specific in terms of how long it would last, great, that should stay there. I didn't remember it being a year's worth. I thought they didn't tell us how long it might last, it just would help.
I I can go back and double check,
Perfect,
if you want before I change it.
please, yeah, that would be great.
So should we hold off then on, or can we hold off on approving that tonight, or on?
The minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, just
Yeah,
having,
Yeah.
we're just having her sub the number in.
Yeah, no, I know, I just didn't wanna be in a, where we fall behind,
I think we're
but
good.
we're okay. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we'll add that to the approval for the September 26th. Okay. Any other items?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, thanks Carlo,
Second.
thanks Mark, Karen,
Yes.
okay, Carlo,
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Jackie, yes. 5-0, and we're adjourned, thank you.